try to draw your own mind map on linking between different aspects. So now we'll start the actual concept on how we can perform information gathering, but the same exact tools that we already know. For example, the basic ping, how we have performed identifying devices using ping from the previous modules, are the same things that we apply here, but from a different perspective. So the only thing that changes is the way how we apply the concepts. So please make sure that you put your own words or else draw your own mind map, right? For remembering the relation between each and every concept that we discuss. So without a further ado, it's time for module 3. Are you all ready? If yes, please drop 3 in the chat. Great. All right then. So my dear friends, let's move on to open source information gathering. Two different modules that we are going to cover in the second part of today's session are not always involved or not always considered for a professional pen test. So as mentioned before, like if you are doing some kind of black box pen test, and if the client requirement mentions that you must consider collecting information from external sources, then only we'll proceed with OSINT. Major portion of pen test engagement involve only a network that you are going to test, or you will have limited devices or infrastructure that you are going to test. So please make sure that you perform that information gathering only based on the scope that is defined. Before moving on to the exam, I recommended you to go with practice range. So we don't know how many missions are there in the practice range. So it is highly impossible for us to map everything that is there in the practice range. So if you are performing a scan, network scan, if you are able to identify 3 devices, don't conclude that these 3 are the only devices that are present. Okay. So this is one thing that troubled a lot of candidates who appeared for the CPENT exam at the beginning. Even I struggled a lot. Say I appeared for the exam for 24 hours, but not the right away 24 hours. It is an option for us to go with 12 hour sessions. So in the first 12 hours, I'm very frustrated because I'm not able to identify the missions. So the way how we got trained from the previous courses or else the content limited our skills to test with the tools that we already know and how they work. So same as what we generally do, taking help of Nmap, ping scan, or else a ping, fping, or right, Angry AP scanner, whatever tool that you use. I performed the scan, but I'm able to see only 3 to 4 missions. When I look back into the questions, there are only 2 questions or 3 questions I was able to solve with the missions that I've identified. A lot of questions are there with IP addresses, which I'm not able to ping. By this point, you must know that the device, if the question mentions an IP address, it means for sure the mission is there. If we are not able to ping or identify, it means there is something wrong in our process. So this happens even in the real life environment. If it is a complete black box pen test, they are not going to tell that please test our 100 missions or 200 missions. You never know how many missions are there. And with one single scan, we can't conclude on how many devices are present. So this is where additional steps are required. So let's start with that practical on how we can manage to look for different information that is available on the internet using open source databases or tools that can automate our job up to some extent. So the entire goal for this particular module is to make sure that you collect some kind of tools or note down some kind of tool names that you can use for collecting server related information or domain related information. So when we start with information gathering, we always look at who is database, what is IP address, what is domain name. But why we are looking at that every time? because that is one constant source for anyone to start with. Say we don't know how many resources are there, what kind of technologies that the organization is using. So we can't go and take advantage of thinking about some content management system there or learning platform as your LMS or something else. So Reva may have different platforms and they may be using different kind of technology for easing the process of learning. So vulnerabilities can be there in any of these platforms. I can't say that LMS URL is provided, so this is the only server that is located in the premises. No, maybe there are something else. Yet another dimension to this is whether it is hosted on some public resource on a cloud or else is it in the organization premises itself. It is not that simple to confirm these details, but collecting information will help us to map it and have some idea about organization. Nothing is said to be 100% perfect, as I've started with the same statement. So whatever information that you have collected, you must keep that with you and proceed further. Don't come to any kind of conclusion once you complete the scan or once you complete some kind of exploitation on the device. This is a key point to be noted. Please put this on your notes and also keep in mind when you are practicing, and if at all, if you are appearing for the exam, it is very important to consider. Even today, I received a lot of messages over my LinkedIn emails saying that they appeared for the exam and unable to clear the exam because they didn't identify the missions. I'm able to relate with them because I also face the same kind of issues, right? So only thing that you must think is this is not a normal vulnerable environment that you are going to write exam on. There may be some vulnerabilities, may not be. There may be vulnerabilities, but you can't exploit, right? So we know how to use metasploit, loading exploit, running exploit. We must get Meterbitter. This is one standard process that was always there in our mind. But do you know that if there is some egress rule written, we'll talk about these details in practical aspect as part of next session. But if there is an egress rule, means outbound rule written, not to allow 4444, which is common port used by Metasploit, you will never ever get remote connection. I mean reverse connection. Even this one is one challenge that actually irritated me a lot. So I was able to identify the vulnerability, exploit it. Exploit was successful. This is common message that you will see if you have used Metasploit before. Exploit successful. Hello? Have you saw that message? Exploitation is successful, but no reverse connection, no session established. Operation success, patient dead. So this is quite common thing that we see when we go with Metasploit. People feel like running Metasploit will complete the job. No, 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 no. You must think deeper than what we actually keep as a goal, right? So open source intelligence gathering will start with that process only. So as mentioned before, one is the standard domain name or their website. Other major triggering point for us are employees. It is easy way to get into the network if you can trick any of the employees in the organization. So how is this going to work? Social engineering is the key. You must trick them to click on a link. See, clicking on the link will not do the magic, right? So nowadays, our browsers, operating systems, any kind of software that you are using come with some basic preventive measures. Have you ever tested this? Performed SQL injection, XSS on a Chrome browser. The result will be slightly different when compared with other browsers where you tested for the same XSS vulnerability. Few attacks will not work on your browser at all. If the browser is security cautious browser, for example, nowadays I frequently observe people are very much cautious about their anonymity. And what they do is they add on a lot of extensions, right? Which will block JavaScript, which will block the actual basic CSS thing to run, right? And it will not allow any kind of pop-up. It will not allow any kind of Flash related play. Yes, that is good. But up to what extent? You are actually breaking the functionality of that application also by blocking JavaScript. For example, if I take any website and load it on a browser that is fully functional and a browser that is blocking JavaScript, you can clearly see the difference. Few functionalities will not work. Maybe the slider that you are seeing will not work, or login form that you have on that page will not work. Who knows how the developer actually built that? So adding more defenses or keeping the actual product as it is can also keep you safe from the network. I mean, from different types of attacks. So from pen testing point of view, you must do that research to identify what kind of softwares that they are using. This is a little bit tricky. So to start with social engineering, information that you have collected is the base. That is why these two modules are kept aside, and I thought of picking them and completing them on the same exact day. So different pieces of information, as I mentioned, website, domain name, who he is. I think you all are already familiar with all those tools, subdomain identification, right? And grabbing employee related names, email addresses, and so on. So let's follow certain let's follow using regular tools that are present and also see on how we can map them. I'm not going to waste a lot of time telling you different tools and explaining the actual purpose of the tool, because it is no way useful if I explain what is ping, what are the options that you can use with ping. So as I mentioned, let's see how we can use the same exact basic utilities and map information. Without a further ado, let's begin our actual process of information gathering. Multigo, Foca, or bunch of different automated tools that are present as part of Parrot or Kali. My dear friends, if you're already familiar with Kali Linux, you can also use Kali Linux for this particular course too. Or if you want to see a different environment, you can switch to Parrot 2. Both are built on top of Debian flavored Linux. So package management or any kind of command execution look very similar on both the platforms. The only difference is certain packages may come pre-built with Kali and certain packages may come pre-built with Parrot. Few things that you see default here may not be there, and few things that are default there may not be here. That's it. That's the only difference that you can find. Please note that you can install them anyway by using apt, right? By simply grabbing them from the repositories, or most of these tools have this Git repository from where you can clone and run. So let's start with the basic ping first, and then we'll proceed further with a bunch of other details. My dear friends, I will be using Parrot Security OS, and on this, I will always execute most of the commands right from the root terminal. Same as how Kali Linux latest versions have both normal user terminal and root terminal. Parrot also got normal user terminal and root terminal. What is the difference here? So running tools with privileged use, as a privileged user is very important. Most of the exploits that are part of Metasploit require root privileges. Basic Nmap scans, which make some kind of socket level communication, require root privileges. For example, XMA scan that you perform using Nmap require root privileges, right? So just not to confuse the process by adding sudo every time, right? You will see me executing the command directly without sudo because I'm running it from the terminal. So this can be quite confusing when you look into my recording or else do the practice. So I'm telling it well before. So when I execute the command, you will not see sudo, but when you are reading material or else when you go online, you will see sudo is generally used, right? So At this point, you all know why we use sudo. So to execute a specific command as a super user, we go with sudo. So heading towards the root terminal, this is not by default kept here. You can go on to the menu on the Kali Linux, same as Kali Linux related menu. So you can head towards the application section on the top, pen testing, to grab all the tools from here, or you can simply search from this menu bar. So for the root terminal, simply search for root terminal. Click and drag this onto the top menu so that it will sit there. Okay. So let's begin. For the first time when you start the root terminal, you need to provide the default credential. So if you want to use Parrot, you can actually head towards the Parrot's official website and then download a OVA file or ISO file and proceed with the process of loading it onto VirtualBox. I hope you all are familiar on how to load virtual machines, so I'm not going to waste time there to do that process. On this root terminal, let's proceed testing one of those domains. So while taking examples, I'll be jumping between different domains to demonstrate different techniques, right? If you want, you can test on the same exact websites that I'm going on, but I highly recommend you to explore and go and do it on different sources. Please note that there is no intention behind destroying any of the resources of the concerned targets that I'm going to pick. It is just to demonstrate and let you know how you can actually approach solving problems.
Sir, one small question.
Yeah, pardon.
So if we are using Kali Linux, it is the same applications. We do not find pen testing over here.
In Kali Linux, you'll not see pen testing, but all the commands that I run from the terminal, you can actually run them from the Kali terminal also.
Okay.
If you're using the latest version of Kali, you can head towards the root terminal from the top menu, and you can start running it from there also.
Yeah, I'm using 2017.
Okay, no problem. You can go with any of the terminals, or else simply open a terminal and do sudo su. You can become root user and run all the commands.
All right.
There are few tools that may not be present on Kali, or they may not be present on Parrot also. For every tool that I'm discussing, I will mention which one is not present by default. So at that stage, please note it down in your notes, and I will also tell you how you can grab it onto the actual Kali or Parrot. All right, then let's move on to our very first example, smec.ac.in. Let me open few websites, iare.ac.in. Why not race Reva? My dear friends, please don't try experimenting or doing some kind of exploitation there, right? So if you try to do something else, if some damage occurs, they are going to catch me, right? Of course, we are not going to do something very serious on these websites. So a normal ping will not hurt. So let's go and perform a quick ping on smec.ac.in. Before I run this, I just want to know how many of you know the technique of identifying operating system based on basic utility like ping and trace route? If you know that, please drop yes in the chat. If not, please drop N in the chat. Very good. Very good. Almost all of you know that. Very good. Yes, you are correct. By simply observing the TTL value, I can easily figure out that these servers are running which operating system. SMEC is running on which operating system?
Windows.
Very good. Windows. It is somewhere around 128, so we can consider that it is running on Windows. Can I run the same ping on Race Reva to verify what is the operating system running there? Hello? What's the operating system?
It is Windows again.
The TTL value is of somewhere around 60. So what flavor?
Linux.
Very good. So this is a key point to remember. So if it is somewhere around 64, you can consider that it is some flavor of Linux. And if it is somewhere around 128, we can consider that it is some flavor of Windows. Okay, fine. Let's proceed with some other domain. Let's run this on tata.com. Can you tell me what is the operating system on which Tata is running? Our technique failed. Infosys technique failed. So instead of taking advantage of knowing whether the server is live or not, we are actually using this technique to identify what kind of operating system is there on which this website is running. So there is no point of knowing whether the server is live or not, because I already know that website of Infosys.in is live, right? And also tata.com is live. These two servers didn't responded for ping. And this is what I was talking about before. Most of the missions in your lab are not going to respond for ping. Of course, if you are using Windows 11 or later versions of Windows 10, you will observe that is the default behavior for those missions also. By simply performing a network scan, you will not be a network scan which uses ICMP protocol. You will not be able to identify those devices. Now, can anyone tell me? Hello? I hope you all are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
1 second. Very good. Now I think it's good.
Yes, sir.
Let's proceed. So as you can observe, these two devices are not responding for ICMP. But what is the goal here? Identifying operating system. So you can go on to an easy alternate, something like you're looking at Vapalizer. I hope you all are aware of Vapalizer. Vapalizer is a browser extension that can help you capture the actual responses coming from the web server and beautify them to know what kind of technologies that this website is using. How many of you have used Vapalizer before? If you have used it, please drop 1 in the chat. And if you're completely new, please drop 2 in the chat. Very good. As it is completely new, I request you all to please note down Vapalizer is a simple browser extension that you can use on identifying what kind of technologies that the server is using. See that we are progressing towards something more. Ping will just let you know whether the target is Windows or Linux. But Vapalizer is too good at telling you different pieces of technology. All right. Let's move on to yet another passive technique. Of course, by looking at this Vapalizer result, I can't confirm what is the operating system on which this particular server is running. Why? Because the banners or the responses that we are receiving from the target web server are not going to have that detail. So to confirm this, how Vapalizer is working, let us use our basic netcat. So please take down the command. We'll use netcat for different purposes, but here I'm going to use netcat to make a connection to the web server and grab some details from the response headers from this netcat. I can simply use netcat with the IP address of the server. For example, let's go on smec.ac.in and also specify the port to which I want to connect. I'm not sure whether this particular web server have port 80, right? Because when I drop it on the browser, it immediately redirected to HTTPS. So, okay, fine. Let's take 443, guessing that there is no port 80 present on the target server. So now you need to tell what kind of request you want to make. Whenever we are connecting to a web server, obviously we'll make a GET request asking for the resources. So let me make a GET request asking for the main web resource, contents from the main web root location using HTTP version 1.1. Immediately I got a response from the server, which must include the page. If you carefully observe the header, the request that we have sent, maybe it is using a different version of HTTP protocol. I can make a full request, but what I did is with the help of 1.1. If I make HTTP 2, I may have a proper success, but you can see there is a bad request. Not to worry, because this server is friendly enough to tell us more detailed information about the target. The server header includes Apache version, Windows flavor, along with that few pieces of technology. If I go back to smec.ac.in, look at Vapalizer, this is also going to give us the similar kind of information. But if you carefully look at this Vapalizer result, you know that this is a Windows server. But here you know that it is some flavor of Windows with 32-bit. Hello? Are you getting my point? Different tools connect and make a request in different fashion. The responses that they receive will be slightly different. Don't ever stick to one single tool. Based on the knowledge that you have, based on the skills that you have, you must proceed testing it in a passive fashion. Please note that all those techniques that we are using right now are kind of passive techniques only. Of course, I'm making a direct connection to the server. How come this can be passive? So this is a normal activity that a regular user can also do. This is not a kind of activity that only a specific set of people are allowed to do, right? So you can consider this as a passive technique, right? So all the techniques that I'm going to discuss in this module are going to be passive. We'll progress forward with active techniques later. And the response header is missing here, but I can see some content from the web page. So I'm able to take advantage of identifying some HTML content, right? As it is a bad request, obviously we got a bad response, right? Very good. Let's move on to the next tool that you can use, which is curl. Curl is a basic utility that comes with almost all different Linux machines. Curl is kind of terminal-based browser, right? So I'm using curl with -I option to make a request towards the target server. Please note that you must make it a habit of looking at help manual to understand tons of different options that are present. One good example that I can give you is running ping. Running ping on some target server without any options will run forever on a loop in case of Linux machines. In case of Windows machines, it will run only for once or thrice. Especially when you are writing a small shell script to automate this job, if you miss the correct option, right, you will be DOSing that device. You will be crashing that computer. So -C option will specify the count, means number of ICMP packets that you want to send. Similar to that, always take advantage of looking at help manual by simply going with help, same as Kali. On any Linux machine, it is same, right? So look at help manual, or if you want a complete documentation, you can go with man command. There we have a complete documentation related to curl. What is curl, how it works, what are the commands that you can use, options that you can use, and so on. Let's quit this manual and proceed on running curl to request the server to return the headers. Curl -I https://www.smec.ac.in. And I got a response. It is almost same as what we have seen before. When you use netcat, it by default returns some HTML content too. Once the request is sent, the response includes the HTML page. If you want to see the response headers too, you can add -v option to curl. So -v option to the curl will give you even more detailed verbose output. Of -v will become one of the most common options for all different tools that we use, where v indicates verbose result. So looking at this response, I am getting even more details. I'm able to know that they are using TLS version 1.2. I can conclude, see, information is powerful. Why? By simply looking at TLS version, I can say that there is no possibility of SSL stripping, right? So if they are using TLS latest version, then the process of sniffing the content and breaking that content to look for passwords is not that simple, right? So one door closed. All the conclusions are made just by looking at the result of curl, right? So looking at the actual response from the server, you can see these are all details that are present in the response. So why I mention Vapalizer over curl or netcat? Because we don't know where we will be at which situation. For example, if you are part of a black box pen test or red teamer, you gained access to one of the servers that are located on the target end. You are able to compromise the main server and you got a reverse connection. What you have is just a shell, right? You can't launch a browser from that shell or control some other resources which cannot be controlled from the terminal. So if you have a graphical access, then you can do it, but it is not possible to get a graphical access every time. So in that scenario, to enumerate the local network after gaining access to the very first device on the target network, these things will help you. All right. So Vapalizer, on the other hand, is also telling few more details. So here it is confirming that OpenSSL version 1.0.20, Apache 2.4.34, which is almost same as what we have seen before. In fact, Apache 2.4.4, I think so, or anything that is before 3 is actually vulnerable. There is a 0-day exploit, right? So keeping yourself updated with the latest versions of CVEs that are released will help you as part of vulnerability assessment and also as a penetration tester. I'm not saying that you must be able to use all those exploits. No need. Just piece of information, right? That can help. People or your team members can work on that and make it possible for you to use that exploit. But this detail is the critical thing that we need. And PHP version 5.6.37 is also a bit older. There is a possibility, but that someone can exploit. Anyhow, as part of vulnerability assessment, which is again part of the same pre-exploitation phase, you can go and do a little bit of Googling. Google. Google is the same thing that you must do for a lot of exploitation techniques that we are going to learn later, because things will not work as we expected all the time. So PHP 5.6.37. Right, and there are some vulnerabilities associated with this. I recommend you not to go on some random websites. Always go on the standard resources. For example, going on CVE. If I search for vulnerabilities, the very first link or that pops up will be of CVE details or cve.mitre.org. And you can see there is DOS, XSS, right? not so severe directory traversal, DOS overflow. Are you observing that? I mentioned this at the beginning point of today's session. Two common attacks that organizations constantly face. One is DOS, the other one is phishing or kind of social engineering, any kind of social engineering attack. Right? So most of the things that are associated with this are DOS. There is one code execution. Of course, we are not going deep here. We'll look at how we can analyze all this content in vulnerability analysis section as part of network pen test module. But now I want to tell you the power of information that you are collecting. All right, this is enough. No. Let's take our steps forward. I think you all know how to perform whois query. So you can go on any of the online resources to perform whois query. One of those two good websites that I always use is dnsdumpster.com. dnsdumpster.com, which can help you on doing a lot of enumeration based on domain names. So let me drop this link in the chat for your reference. And my dear friends, I hope you are not doing it along with me. Hello? I recommend you all not to do the practicals along with me, because that can confuse you a lot and you may miss certain concepts, because I have this habit of explaining the concept while I'm opening that website. So if your focus is on doing that practical, you'll miss the concept that I'm explaining. So please don't do it along with me, right? So you will have all these resources. You can refer to these resources and do it at your convenience, even after the session, right? Very good. So this is one too good place where you can get some domain related information. Of course, most of these websites nowadays started asking for registration. Only registered users will be provided more details, right? And non-registered users are not allowed to perform basic information gathering also at times. So going on to this, I can see name servers that are associated with this. This is one of the important pieces which we'll use for DNS enumeration and perform some kind of zone transferring. I hope you all heard about all these techniques as part of CPENT enumeration section. But for now, let us keep these details aside. Are you observing the IP addresses? So if you carefully observe, there is one IP address 119.235.48.133. This is the same exact IP address that we grabbed while performing ping on the same server. Okay, same server. We have the same IP address, right? For the name servers also. Okay. Next to it, we have ISP related details. The internet service provider is Vinamy Industries, right? And they're also taking some kind of service from Google. So mailing service is from Google. I mean, if I go on any of these login portals, so are there any login portals that we can find? Yes, faculty or student login. Mostly the faculty login or student login must redirect me towards the Google login page, right? So I'm not seeing that. Okay, on library. Okay, there is some other software. But if I look at this, observe the URL, the IP address immediately changed. The IP address immediately changed. Take a pause, go back to DNS. Here it is 133, but randomly scrolling this website, I landed on 134. Okay, there is no one server, right? There are multiple servers hosting content related to the same organization. Again, this is common thing. My dear friends, are you all able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is the screen sharing done?
Screen sharing is not done.
Okay. All right. Now I hope you all are able to see the screen. Hello, are you all able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. Sorry for the inconvenience. There is a sudden power cut. All right, let's continue. So the IP address immediately changed when I move from one domain or one specific area of the website towards a different area of the website. I identified a different IP address. Now we have two IPs that we can enumerate. Keeping this piece of information aside, you can go onto the website and click on a bunch of other links that you look at, and you may come across some other pieces of information. See, this one is on a different IP address. So 130, right? 134 and 133. These three are the IP addresses that are associated with the same organization. Means the old student related information, right, or old login is on a different computer connected to the internet. The current student login is on a different computer connected to a internet. And faculty login is on a different platform, not faculty login. Is it library management? So this one is on a different IP address. All right, so two pieces of detail that we got from the DNS enumeration, right? Starting with the DNS enumeration, the IP address that we saw here and the ISP. And the other thing is three different IP addresses. Okay. Interestingly, this domain related information is also telling us what are the pieces of software that are running. Not something very cool or new, so we can discard that. And there is some kind of mapping. So smsc.ac.in have a DNS server, mail exchange server going to Google, DNS server going on to this one or this one, right? And these DNS servers are responsible for actually delivering the web content, right? So you can save this kind of map and then add this onto the report at the end. Of course, we are not going on one specific resource for now. So I'm going to keep this thing aside. But in general, when you are doing it on an organization, you will actually map and collect this information and put that aside. All right, yet another too good website that you can go with for DNS enumeration is simply search for whois lookup. You will see tons of different websites, and in general, one or two resources are more than enough. But what I identified based on my experience is different websites display different details. Do you know that? So maybe one of those databases is not updated. So it is actually a dummy website that was not providing the correct information. In fact, the whois database is one standard database, but the services provided by different service providers here may or may not be grabbing this information from the same updated DNS records, right? Whois database? Who knows? That is why jumping between different resources and checking it is very important. Let me go on to whois.domaintools.com. This is yet another stop for me when I'm enumerating the name servers, domain names. So let's go and do it for Race Reva this time. Let's see if we can go and get some crucial piece of information. Again, there is no guarantee, but that is what pen test all about. No one is telling that you must get some exploitation done successfully. It is not a CTF competition where you don't have predefined goal telling that there is a vulnerability for sure. Very good. Going on Race Reva, most of the information is actually removed from the database. Are you looking at that? Most of the details are removed from the database. The only thing that is present is the domain name. We already know that the registrar is a party who is going to provide services. Registrant is the party who is going to acquire services. So registrant will be Race Reva for sure, right? Registrar may be someone who is providing the service. But not all different pieces of details are present. If I jump onto my Parrot mission, sorry for the bad interface. Give me a second. All right. So let's do the same, but from the terminal utility, which is whois. Whois on the same domain, racereva.edu.in. And you can see there is no way that this particular tool is going to get some kind of details from the server. Right? Are you observing the differences? The tools that you are using, right, will change the perspective at times. And let me go and run the same for data.com. Looks like we have something very interesting here. Yep, we have. So Tata.com, registrar, registrant is Tata Sons Limited. And we have some point of contact. Admin name A. Malpure. Very good. And we have address along with 2 contact numbers and email address. Very good. In general, the domain related information is public, right? Only if you opt for anonymous registration, your information will be removed from this database. I mean, not the complete registration in details, but certain crucial piece of information, your contact number or your personal details will be removed. But here we are able to go and get those contact numbers, email addresses, and name servers. What if I apply the same on this website? Here also I'm going to get success A. Malpure, right? And this particular website is good enough to run the same whois command on the terminal and bring the result here. Of course, by simply looking at this functionality, I can try to figure out some kind of command execution vulnerability on this website, because this result is coming from the terminal directly. Are you observing that? This one is same result that you are seeing here onto the terminal now. Now this is going somewhere else. I can think about some kind of command execution vulnerability on this domain tools website. Who knows? You may identify some command execution and take control of the this domain server, right? Anyhow, that is not part of our scope. It is very easy to lose our actual scope when you are going with different techniques applying on different resources. But please make sure that you stick to the specific detail and relate them and move forward according to the goal that you have. All right, it's okay, fine. We are able to see some names, contact numbers, and different IP addresses. I hope everything is good up until this particular point. Is it clear, my dear friends? If yes, please drop yes in the chat so that we can proceed. Are you able to understand the mapping that I'm doing? That is very important. Very good. Is it new or else is it boring for you? If you're already familiar with all these things, then it will be quite boring. As for boring. All right. Great. So as for boring, all right, let's move forward. So we got to take advantage of the information that we grabbed so far on proceeding further. So critical pieces of detail that we have collected. One is the contact numbers, email addresses for who is query on tata.com. I'm going on random sources, right? But if you are not able to find information, we'll skip that thing there itself, right? By one simple piece of detail that we have identified, we can't say that the target is not properly configured, right? And by simply looking at some hidden information, we can't say it is 100% secure, right? Say, for example, if I go on who is for smec.ac.in, you can see they are familiar with this technique. That is the reason why some party at organization recommended to apply for the anonymous registration. So this information is removed. Previously, we used to get this information also. I keep on training candidates from different organizations. So somewhere someone will identify that and they will go and inform them and it will be fixed. And it becomes difficult for me to find out examples once again. But anyhow, it is good that people understand and take good steps on hiding their details. Now, let us use the information email address, IP address, the contact numbers to the fullest extent and proceed with other techniques. The first thing is the IP address that we have identified on smec.ac.in. 3 different pieces of IP addresses are not enough for us. I have identified that these 3 IP addresses are coming from an ISP, which is Vainavi Industries. Let's confirm this. To confirm this, I'm going on whatismyipaddress.com. I'm not sure whether you all are familiar with all these websites well before or not. So if you are not familiar with any of those details, please note down that in your running notes. If you're already familiar, please ignore for now. Okay, because you'll not see something that is completely different in CPENT because it is extension part for the same CEH, right? Only the perspective things change, as I say. So I'm heading towards the lookup and drop the IP address that we find that we collected during that process. So let's collect ping smec.ac.in. So I'm going to take this IP, paste that IP over here, get IP details. Okay, Vainavi Industries. All right. What is the other IP address that we found? 130, right? Let's go with 130.
It is 34.
130 and 134, right? So let's see. Oh, very good. To our luck, it is the same ISP. Obviously, this organization associated with one ISP, and they are the ones though who are going to provide all those server related resources for them. But please note that this is not same every time. I may go and take advantage of opting for different services. I may host my website on Amazon Cloud, right? Provide this particular security related maintenance for a different cloud environment. Who knows, right? I feel like the main website is not so important, right? Complete static content, so I can give it to anyone. But the student management system is very important, very crucial piece of information. So I will hire someone for that. So that can change. That is the reason why I'm cross-checking it with whatismyipaddress.com. Of course, there are a number of techniques that you can apply to go and get this detail. But what is my IP address is kind of my trusted source to go and get these details. Right, now let's move a little bit forward, performing ping on the entire range, because I feel the IPs that we have collected are all belonging to the same ISP. The IP range is also belonging to the same ISP. How you can confirm this? So if I do who is on IP address instead of the domain name, you will actually get the sections of IPs that belong to the ISP or the organization and point of contact, so on. When I please keep an eye on all different pieces of information. I'm jumping between different details. We collected Tata.com, Avinash Malpure somewhere, right? And here I'm not able to see some kind of information in the domain registration stage. But when I move on to this who is query with IP address, I'm able to see sections of IPs that belong to ISP. And these are the details related to ISP. If I can contact ISP, ISP may provide me the details related to that organization. Who knows? I can perform some kind of social engineering to convince them to provide the information related to smec.ac.in. Right? These are all next steps that we can take. Do note that any piece of information that you collect may not directly relate with some kind of technique, but we must collect every little detail. Who knows, whatever thing becomes useful at the later stage. A simple contact number that you have collected now, you may not be able to call them, but the contact number becomes the password at times. Right? So that is very important. So please make sure that you collect every tiny little detail. There is nothing like this is important, this is not important, and so on. 80% of your test must include enumeration information gathering. This is standard thumb rule, right? Rule of thumb. So going with that, we have a bunch of other names, same address, different contact number, maybe email address. So name, different contact number, email address, and observe the sections of IPs that this particular ISP is associated with. So this entire section of IPs are related to the ISP. Maybe. I'm not confirming, right? So by keeping that in mind, I want to test all different servers that are part of it. We are not proceeding with exploitation immediately because this smec.ac.in running on a server, the server may have vulnerabilities and we can exploit. But I want to understand the overall picture of this organization and its relation. So if this website is strong enough, if RaceReva's website I'm not able to hack, the chances are the ISP who is providing service to RaceReva may have provided service for other organization also. And do you know that if they are hosting the website, these two websites are running on the same server? If I am not able to hack this application, I will hack that application and take advantage of compromising this one. So this can go in any direction at the later stage. We don't have any plan right now, but information collection is the base. By taking that as a base, you can go with a basic utility like fping again to scan the entire range. Say, for example, I can use this syntax like to scan missions starting at 1 and go up until 50. I don't want to send a huge amount of requests. So fping is almost same as your ping, right? With a special advantage of specifying ranges. So fping with -a option will display only the live host. It means it will perform that ping. And if it identifies that, it will display that ping, the IP address here. Q to run in a quiet mode. G to actually specify the entire range that you want to. So G must be the last option where you are going to add the range. Very good. We quickly identified a bunch of different devices. Please note that I'm not going with that range, which is 133 and so on. In fact, if it is a professional pen test, you can actually starting at 130 or else check devices that are somewhere around 130, because I saw that 130 is also as part of the same organization. So 130 to 150 I will be testing, imagining that all different portals that are associated with this organization may lie between these these ranges only. All right. Again, this is performing a ping. What if those servers are not going to respond for ping? Unfortunately, ICMP works both LAN level and WAN level, right? But if ICMP is blocked, you can use ARP. Hello? I hope you all know about NetDiscover Have you heard about NetDiscover? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So you can actually use ARP scan or NetDiscover at this point, but we are going with public resources. ARP works only on LAN level, so it is not possible. What is that we can do? Expecting that all these servers are running web application for sure, right? Why can't we go on the domain names directly on the website and see if we can access something, right? So let's check. I'm gonna shut down all these windows. One is not responding. Two, it immediately redirected to HTTPS, means port 80 is not at all open. Okay. How about going on 3? 3, same state. How about going on 4? Oh, stop. There is a default Apache page. And if I look at the version, this is 2.4.29. This is also associated with the same ISP where this organization is actually taking service from. Now I have a different conclusion. I mean, different idea. ISP is actually installing Apache on Ubuntu and providing them the mission. And every customer is going to customize on top of that. Right? Again, we'll note it down in our notes, and later we'll actually see if this particular ideology can help us or not. Okay, let us proceed further. 5, no response. I don't want to wait there. 6, no response. 7, it is taking time. Please carefully observe. If the service is not at all there, if it is not at all going to respond, if the port is not at all open, immediately it will redirect to port HTTPS and it will stop there. But we are seeing some kind of delay, right? Okay, that is also not going to give us any information. So let's move on to, oops, 8, nothing interesting. 9, nothing interesting. 10, no way. 11, again the same. Hello. So with this, I can say the previous imagination that we have is almost going to work, because ISP is going to give every client with this Apache and Ubuntu as a default server. If that is the case, this organization, if they purchase 3-4 different servers there, I mean, if they are going to pay for 3-4 different servers, they changed 1 or 2 functionalities here, right? But the other ones that you may identify later have the same exact software. If you are able to exploit this one, the same exact exploit works there too. Are you understanding the mapping? 12, not working. 13, test 1, 2, 3. There is CentOS this time. So just not to waste our, just not to give up. 14, same CentOS. 15, nothing. 16, nothing. 17, no luck. 18, no luck. 19, nothing. 20, 21. Oh, wait. 21 is actually running some login. And the favicon and the title is telling that this is a complaint management system. Acha. If this is a complaint management system, and if I can break this login and enter, there is a possibility that what are the common issues that clients are facing with this ISP. Taking that as a base, I can relate that with this. Are you getting my point? So let us check for 324 and we'll stop that there. Not all IP addresses responded. If I go on doing this for different IPs, being very patient, I may land up on some other interesting pages too. Trust me, this is the same exact technique, passive technique that I have followed on identifying some Cisco router panels, right? And few other interesting switch related controls, right? Which can help me in doing some kind of network related attack later. Who knows? Are you getting my point? All right, this is all for this particular IP address. So we got some IPs and we identified some critical pages. Let's pause here for this organization. Let's move back onto the tata.com, and what we found for tata.com is a user related detail. So let me go and run who is on tata.com. I'm showing you example of one technique on one domain, another technique on another domain. But in general, when we are doing all these activities, we are going to perform it on one specific domain all the time. All right. So looking at all these details, what I have is name Avinash Malpure. Okay, I feel like A Malpure is nothing but Avinash Malpure. The immediate first thing that I do is to take this name and Google. How many of you have this habit of Googling names? Hello? Are you all there?
Yes, sir.
Let's check what are the other details that we can get about Avinash Malpure and make sure that all these details are not going to be about our actual target. Avinash Malpure, Tata Sons Limited, Feb 1988 and present. Great. We got a senior candidate profile. 34 years in Tata. He will know all ins and outs about Tata. Moving on Facebook, if I log in, I may find some profile, but I may also find some other profiles which are not relevant. I actually performed this test on the same exact name before, and I found that there is a stationery store, right, in Delhi with the owner name as Avinash Malpure. So it is going to be out of scope for our goal, so we are going to discard that. And going on to the next link that I opened, Mr. Avinash Malpure and his contact number. Are you observing that this number is different from what we have seen before? The best thing here on this website is the relation between Avinash Malpure and bunch of other employees. Right? And there is yet another profile that is actually telling some information about Avinash Malpure. I'm not sure whether it is correct or not. So Techno Associate Vidyut Private Limited, Managing Director, 2003, right? May or may not relate with Avinash Malpure because most of the resources confirmed that he is from Tata, right? And if I check this, is there associated with Tata since 1988? He may be part of other organizations also, but we don't know. With these kind of details, we can actually land up on some companies that the actual company that you are doing pen test for is associated with, and those servers are no more taken care of because there are no employees working, but the infrastructure they set up, they then completely removed all those things down. Right? So pen testing is kind of digging also at times. So a few stories that you don't know may also come across your actual test. So again, this is not at all related to Avinash Malpure, so I'm going to discard this. And are you seeing that this is from stationery store? So a businessman at Delhi, not associated with Tata. I'm going to discard that one too. Very good. We have a lot of names now. Email addresses and contacts are our next target. I hope I'm not making this complex, and I hope you all are able to understand and it is not getting complex. So just to look back and give you all the techniques, what we did with SMEC is to identify IP addresses and domain names. With Tata, I actually picked the name from the WHOIS database and then performed some name related search. When you are practicing, you can actually miss and match all these things. You can go and do it on one single source and see what are the pieces of details that you can collect and so on. Please note that all of these techniques are completely passive. You're not going to cause any kind of damage doing a single ping. With that thing said, my dear friends, can we proceed further? If yes, please drop P in the chat. I can see that most of the attendees are not responding. Is it boring?
Guys, please respond.
Yep. Yep, all right. It is not boring, right? If you are
No,
learning,
sir, it's not.
yes. If you're learning something new, then it's okay, fine. Very good. Let's move on. Next tool that I'm going to use is the harvester. I think you already used the harvester before in CEH. So let's take advantage of the harvester to collect more email addresses or have some employee related information. We'll use this for social engineering later, but for now, let's see how this can be advantageous. I'm running the harvester with -D option to specify the domain name. Let's take advantage of adding tata.com. And I'm going to use -B option to specify the source. I'm not going to get into the options again because you already know this tool from CEH. So as part of this source, I'm adding LinkedIn because I want this particular tool to go on LinkedIn and search with this domain and bring any information that is associated with this domain on LinkedIn. So this interestingly must return some employee names, their designations and so on, giving you more opportunity to go and do Googling, same as what I performed before with Avinash Malpure name. Very good. Systems engineer, office boy, right? Relationship manager, senior investment manager. Please observe the roles because we can use the same exact role related description for planning our social engineering attack later. One of the most common question that comes in when we talk about social engineering is why they will click on the link. Hello, why they will click on the link? So why they must click on the IP address? Why they must click on the domain name? Why they must log in? So they must log in based on your story. If your story is perfect and if it is relating with their actual role, then obviously they are going to click on that. Trust me. This is the base for most of the cyber crimes that are happening nowadays. Users who are using technology don't know what is the purpose of it, right? Knowingly or unknowingly, using technology can turn against us. So posting everything on Instagram is not, I'm not saying that it is not correct, but knowing what you are posting, what can be seen by others, what cannot be seen by others, in what way someone can use that information, right? If you're thinking about all these things, then it's okay, fine. You can do whatever you want on the internet. So by simply taking these details, right, I can go and search for their actual interest, same as what we did for Avinash Malpure. As Avinash Malpure is a manager, I can come up with a good security solution, build a story telling that, my dear friend, we went through your profile. We are very much impressed. We want to make sure that we give you an opportunity to test our product. Hello, are you understanding? Test our product free of cost. When you say free of cost, obviously at least to try, they are going to install it. That is what we want. So we must make them execute something on their network, right, to see how the defenses are working and how we can get in touch with those internal servers. So there is a lot of information now, starting with one single domain name, landed on a bunch of names on this page. Again, contact numbers, grabbing contact numbers is kind of a little bit tricky, but you can do a little bit of Googling, and trust me, most of the Facebook profiles will have the contact number, right? So one thing that you can do in association with this harvester tool is that. But I can give you some interesting website that you can browse through and check your luck, which is phonebook.cz. Going on phonebook.cz, you can actually search based on the names, I think so. Domain name, yes. Email address, search based on email addresses, right, for the specific domain. So same as how this the harvester is performing. The thing is, we are using a tool. Tools are generally blocked by most of the servers. So if you want to run an automated scanner on RaceReva, you will not be able to run it because the RaceReva server have a web application firewall and a host-based firewall, which will block all the bots. It will kick these bots out. So you will not be able to run the scan. But a web request, who knows how that server is configured or the firewall is configured. There is a chance, right? So let's see if I can get some email addresses. Mostly all your student email addresses or faculty email addresses will pop up because even on the main website, you can actually get it, right? Even on the main website, you can go and get the details. So let's copy this. Specify the domain. What I want is email addresses. So this is one standard. Oh, very good. No more results. What if I do it on iare.ac.in? Very good. All the faculty email addresses, student email addresses, right? Employee email addresses are here. Looks like defenses that are placed in on the server and also in the network are working fine for most of the servers that we are testing. You must note this. This is going to happen more frequent when you are part of a pen test. And one point that you must note, if you are not able to identify, it's fine. You are here to test whether you are able to identify or not. If you are able to identify, go report them. Tell them that, my dear friend, please apply some kind of defense. As a security engineer, you may not be aware of what kind of defense that you must apply, but Google can give you the tips. Or else if you talk with your network engineer, he know how to block it. Or else you talk with your developer, right? He knows how to block it. So only thing is they will go on to the configuration of that server. They will check how they can add some additional functionality to the server, right? And they can modify it to block this kind of detail. So not only that, you can also go and verify email addresses because most of the email addresses that you identify may not be correct or may not be valid, right? With a lot of servers that generate some random email addresses, disposable email addresses, right? It is very important for us to verify the email addresses that we found. So the next website that I use to verify whether the email address is correct or not. Of course, Google is the standard source. You can put this email address there and check whether you can find something on Google. If it is taking us to the same exact website, oops. If I search with this on Google, if it is taking on to iare.ac.in, okay, I can trust this. This email address is correct up to some extent. But most of the dummy email addresses that you identify, right, you can verify them with email hippo. You can simply search for email hippo verify email tools.email hippo. Drop that email address here, click on go. Right? It is telling bad. Now you must think whether this one is actually associated with a common domain or not. In general, these kind of websites treat most of the domain names at the end of the email address as not genuine. Right? So if I go with some Gmail address, it may say good. Right? So this is why tools that we use are not 100% going to give you correct information every time. Yet another website that you can use is Social Searcher. I'm extremely sorry I was not able to drop the domain names in the chat because my second screen is down. I need to switch between this and that. So it is a bit hard. So Social Searcher, if you want to handle Twitter related information, then adding tags or else specifying the usernames, we call them as handles, Twitter handle or Instagram handle, right? So this is a place where you can search for that. Of course, most of the times I'll go on Google because Google will directly take me on to different platforms that they are familiar with. All right. Very good. Yeah. Let's conclude this section with few more techniques and we'll move on to some tools that will organize the information that we have collected. The next technique that I'm going to share is going to collect some documents online and will help us grab some metadata to understand what kind of softwares that the organization is using. Are you all ready? Can I proceed? If yes, please drop N in the chat. Yep, all right. Let's move on to that section. For this particular technique, I'm going to use a tool called as Metagofil. Metagofil is a common utility that comes pre-built with both Kali and Parrot. So you no need to worry about installing it separately. Anyhow, if it is missing on the older versions of Kali or Parrot, you can actually do it with APT. APT install Metagofil will actually bring Metagofil onto your machine. Along with Metagofil, I'm going to use yet another tool called EXIF tool. But let's see what Metagofil does, and then we'll move on to EXIF tool. Have you heard about Metagofil before? No? All right, then let me take you through the purpose of Metagofil first. Metagofil will help us in grabbing documents that are present on the target web server. Documents that are present on the target web server can reveal some crucial piece of information, which is actually part of metadata of every document. It can be a PDF file, a Word document, or image file, which includes some metadata, something like the software that is used to prepare this document. If it is a picture, where it was taken, its location information. If it is a Word document, what is the version of Office Word that is used? If it is if it is a PDF document that was converted, which is prepared in Office and then converted into PDF, then what is the website that they have used, or else what is the software that is used to convert this to PDF? Why this piece of information is important, I will tell you once we move on to social engineering. So the purpose of MetaGoFil is to automate the process of grabbing documents from the target server. So let's quickly run this MetaGoFil with basic options. Please note down the command MetaGoFil with -d. You can proceed with the domain name. The domain that I'm gonna specify here. Let's go with let's take a random source. How about going on iare.ac.in, or let's use vnrvgit.ac.in. So let me pick this domain. Right. -L will specify number of links to crawl and number of searches to make. For example, by default, L is set to 100. 100, it is going to take a lot of time. And do remember, we are making a lot of queries towards the target server using a tool. Means you are sending these queries using some kind of automation software. If the ISP, your ISP or the target server detects this as a bot, there is a chance that it can ask it for a verification, means a CAPTCHA, and the tool will not be able to solve the CAPTCHA. Your results will fail. I mean, your results will not appear on the screen. So this is quite common with automated tools. That is why manual process is always easy. I mean, if you can go on to the website, search for documents, save all these documents, right? That is easy process. So organization websites will have a lot of PDFs, a lot of documents present here. You can simply download them, right, from these sources.
Sir, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So whatever scanning or what methods we are doing with the MetaGoFil, does the targeted system or a targeted person will come to know?
No. So what we are doing here is sending a query to the server, which is vnrvgit.ac.in in our case. And we are asking this tool to bring any kind of documents from that. So any web request that you are sending, no matter whether you are using MetaGoFil or else you are visiting the website using browser, every request will be recorded in the server logs, right? It is hard to differentiate which one is genuine, which one is not genuine until and unless we have defenses. Are you getting my point?
Got it. Thanks, sir.
Very good. So very good question. I just want to add one more point to the previous question. My dear friends, when you are using the harvester, if you observe, I gave you only one example with the harvester. If I run 2 to 3 different examples, the fourth example will fail for sure 100%. Why? Because you are giving the source as Google or some other database, right? So there is B option where you are specifying Google or some other database. Google will bear this up to some extent, means it will treat them as genuine. If the requests are constantly coming from the same IP address or constantly going on to a specific pattern, then Google will detect that there is something wrong. It will not stop the request. It will simply put a CAPTCHA. Tool will fail to solve it. That is where you will see some kind of failures based on the tools that you are running. And this is quite common even when we are doing Google docking. I hope you all are familiar with Google docking. So have you ever tried this? apply a lot of Google Docs, right? Spend at least 5 to 10 minutes applying different Google Docs. Google starts asking CAPTCHA. Yes or no? Hello?
Yes, sir. Even if we try some specific like in URL, in title, and
Yes.
it starts posting.
Yes. For first few queries, it will not be a problem, but for immediate fourth query or fifth query, for basic ones, as you said, in URL or any kind of basic query, it starts detecting there is something wrong. It will not stop it. It will ask CAPTCHA. The same exact CAPTCHA will be thrown at this tool. Tool will not be able to solve. Close. So a simple defense can guard against a lot of different types of attacks. So let's proceed with this command -O to save the results onto a different place. So I'm going to save them onto my desktop. I am there on the desktop location itself. So let me create a directory named as sample and save all these things inside the directory. And let us specify the type of document. So let me go and run it for PDF, docx documents with the latest version of Office Word, and also doc older version of Office Word. So I'm limiting the amount of searches that I'm making because more searches can be more dangerous. More dangerous in the sense you will not get results. That's it. So you're not causing any kind of damage to the server anyway, but it is waste of time you running the scan and not getting the result. So as you can see, tool is smart enough searching for the 10 PDFs, right? And waiting for 30 seconds between each and every search just to avoid any kind of defense. So this tool can take a little bit more time. And are you observing that? Google is blocking for making too many requests. Gone. Right? We can reduce the amount of probes and then give it a shot. So you can see there is sample directory that was created, but there are no documents that are part of this particular sample directory. I think I have few samples already collected well before. Let me check if I have those documents already there. We will perform the search on that. Yes, I think I have sample directory.
Can you please give the history and?
Yes, of course. The command, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yes. So you can play with the different options that MetaGo will have, but the standard options are these things. You can control the amount of requests that you are sending, amount of searches that you are making, and what kind of documents. There can be PPTs, there can be some PDFs, there can be some JPG images. Images in this case, I'm not interested because images that are part of your organization website are actually edited by some kind of software, which is not done in the organization premises all the time, right? Documents, I'm very cautious. Why? Because even your head of the department may have prepared a Office Word document, right? Using Office Word 2017 or 2016 or 27, right? 2007. And they prepared some kind of mark list or your feedback form or something else. If they have uploaded it onto some platform, onto your website, if the metadata is still existing, then I can know what is the software that they are using. I will tell you in what way that can relate with the next module. So once this is done, we'll take a short break. Okay. There are so many example documents that I've already collected using the same exact technique, but let's proceed with other tool that can extract the metadata out of these documents. So you can see there are some docx and there are some PDFs. So let's start with the very first PDF document that we have. The tool that I'm going to use is exif tool. This is also a predefined tool that is already present on Parrot and also on Kali. So please note that all the tools, all the commands that I've executed right now on Parrot will also work on Kali Linux. So 09, yes. Acha, exif tool extracted some metadata. And it is telling that this document is of so and so size, last modified dates, very recent, and you can see the standard of encryption that is used is v2.3. We are not sure what this particular standard of encryption is, right? You will come across a lot of information that you don't know, you never heard of, right? But don't worry, you can do Google, right? That is why pen testing is a very easy domain. If you are into development, it can be a little bit tricky because the code that you found online may not exactly work until and unless you are thorough with the syntaxes and all. But here, no worries. If you come across something new, you can Google and simply understand what it is. And the producer is a PDF watermarker 4.7.6. Can you tell me what I will do after looking at this piece of information? What is that I will be doing after looking at this information? Can you guess?
Verify if it is a standard PDF editor.
Okay, very good. What else?
Try to open it.
Okay, opening the document. Yes, I forgot that. Opening the document may give you some kind of contact numbers or email address, who knows, right? So there can be some sensitive information in that.
You can utilize the information from this document, sir.
Very good. We can utilize that information in the document. Obviously, proceeding with the other step, vulnerabilities. Google, is this version vulnerable? So you got a lot of information associated with that. Why this one popped up when I am searching for a watermarker? Who knows? There is something very specific about this particular vulnerability, or there are some samples on Occuretic website for practice. Who knows, right? So you can also go on CV website and then do dig a little bit deeper onto the version and know what is the version that can be easy for us to exploit and so on. Okay. In this case, this is a PDF document that was generated inside the organization. That is my assumption, because this is Power Electronics Department, right? 09 batch. So I feel like faculty or students or employees of that organization prepare these documents. So these softwares must be there in the organization only, right? So let's proceed. What are the other things that we identify? So let's go on elective subject choice. Obviously, this must come from the department, right? EXIF tool. Please note that I am doing it on a educational institute or organization, but the same thing applies for companies too. There is a lot of information this time when compared with the previous one. Sizes, number of minutes they took to edit. 54 minutes to edit the document. How many pages? 4 pages. Number of words, number of characters, office word. But wait, we don't know what is the version of the office word, but I'm able to know that this is office word. Please note that point, Your Honor. I will bring this thing again. Okay. So interesting. Let's move on to this one. Faculty self-appraisal. Okay. Here there are some more details. It is edited on a Windows machine. Author is guest. Last modified by IAREV. Okay. This office word must have some online version also associated with it. Yes or no? If online version is there, then they are using this particular username. If there are some vulnerabilities in the online version of Office Word, or else any of the offline versions that can allow user to log in and do collaborative work, right? So why we'll see usernames? Obviously, if you log in with a username, you can actually collaboratively work with all your friends or the team members, right? On the same exact document and so on. So I am knowing more about the software now. We started somewhere at the domain name. Now we landed on what is the software that they are using. Chalo, moving further, company name, right? I think this is the department name maybe. Proceeding further, Microsoft Office Word 97 2003. If I'm not wrong, this one must be of 2007 version of Microsoft Office. No doubt this organization is actually using old pieces of software, not updating it. And why I'm talking about Microsoft Office, because Microsoft Office is a major target for performing social engineering based attacks. With the help of macro virus, you can actually create a quick malicious Word document to gain access to the target computer. Hello, are you all understanding? With these examples, I hope you all got the idea, but you can proceed further with a bunch of different samples that you have collected on this particular technique on understanding even more about targets. You can also go and look at usernames, and maybe those usernames will help us later when we are taking advantage of logging into login portals or something else. So we saw some usernames here and there. Then these usernames can be used to log into their faculty portal, right? Or else their student portal, who knows? All right. With this thing said, I hope you all are able to map the things in the right direction with bunch of examples that we have covered. I think it's time for a short break. Let's break for 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
15 minutes, sir.
Okay, all right then. So we'll see you all at 4:10. All right. I hope all of you are here. If yes, please drop back in the chat so that we can continue. All right. Before we proceed further, I just want to confirm this, my dear friends. Are the technique that you are learning or we are discussing now are already familiar, or else is it new for you? If it is already familiar and if you are feeling bored, we can actually skip to the major practicals and then jump onto the next module. If not, if you feel like it is something new that you are learning, please let me know so that we can continue with this. Very good. I request every participant to please let us know, because there is nothing wrong to go with a different schedule than the one that we have planned, because our goal is always to help you out with the actual technique or the skill set. Obviously, as I've said before, learning new things will take a little bit more time. And the two, as today is day one, I'm completely new for you, so it can be a little bit tricky for you to handle. Very good. Very good. So let's do one thing. Instead of rushing with this, and I'm so happy that you are learning something new, let's go with few more examples here, and we'll wrap up today's session with information gathering. I mean, OSINT module. Don't worry, I will push this forward. I mean, social engineering onto the next week plan. All right. Anyhow, there is only 1 or 2 practicals there. It is not that lengthy, so we can manage to complete it along with other techniques. So as all of you are learning something new, I think it is better we cover a few more examples until you are habituated with the process. So please make sure that don't treat them as practicals. In fact, in iLabs platform, you will see only 1 or 2 practicals for this module. Right? If I go on to the iLabs section, if you are already there with the access, you can go on checking module 2, and you will see only 2 to 3 practicals there. But here we discussed a bunch of different concepts. So this is what I say out of box. So CPENT is a course like that, which forces candidate to move beyond what it is going to give you. But as a beginner, it takes time to go and understand the methodology. Once you got the hold of how to perform, what is the methodology, it becomes easy. And all other things that you do later will be very meaningful. Very good. It is great to know that all of you are learning something new. So let's do this. Let's take this decision of pushing module 4, which is social engineering, onto next week's sessions. So let's cover a few more techniques as part of information gathering and try to apply a little bit of previous skills on the box and fix some kind of issues that few attendees are facing regarding that HS box, and we'll wrap up for today, right? Okay, then let's proceed. The next thing that I'm going to do is again with the documents, but this time let's do a time travel. I hope you all heard about archive.org. How many of you have heard about archive.org? If you have used archive.org before, please drop used in the chat or you in the chat. If you are completely new, please drop N in the chat. Very good. You can see that majority of the attendees didn't use it or never heard it. Few are familiar. All right. Anyhow, let's take this archive.org website to do a little bit of time travel to grab some sensitive information. For this particular practical, I'm going to take advantage of a different domain. So let's go on cbit.ac.in. Instead of wasting time on experimenting with the different resources, I'm actually taking my standard examples, but you can actually experiment with different things. So we can't waste time on going and doing some kind of random checks during the session. That is the reason why I'm going with the examples that I already know, right, where it works. If it is not the standard example, if there are changes on the domain, our practicals will fail. Same as what we did before with the transport department thing, right? So it is time consuming, experimenting, checking whether it is valid or not, and so on. All right. So the story behind this particular example is to grab some sensitive contact numbers. We have seen some random websites before where we only got some details related to the domain admin or ISP related contacts. But what I want is employee related contacts. In general, Google Dorking can help you in getting employee related contacts at time. I think you all know that technique. Simply going on Google and searching for Excel sheets, because Excel sheets are always interesting. Let's see if I can find some Excel sheets on this domain. I think we are kind of conducting the pen test for RaceRiva. Let's move on with site colon keyword. I want to see only the information from racereva.edu.in, and it must contain, or it must be of an Excel sheet, because in general Excel sheets will have all these IDs, passwords and all. There is a chance that even Word document or PDF may have this, but in general your department people or anyone in the organization use this so-called database management software called Excel sheet, right? So file type :XLSX, and I want to search for a specific keyword, and that is password. Nothing on RaceReva. Anything that is there with passwords? No. Students? No. Very good. What if I change the domain name? We didn't got success here. semic.ac.in. There are some Excel sheets with students as name, students as a keyword present, but password, nothing. Okay. What if I go on VNR vjit.ac.in? No. Let us keep it very generic here. All ac.in. Very good. All are kind of educational units, right? ac.in, or you can also go with edu.in. So let's look at the catchy version of the first result. There are some kind of timetables here, and I'm able to know some names, the resource person, their contact numbers here. So resource person contact number. Somewhere you will see coordinator and their contact numbers, nothing but employee numbers. Hello. I'm not worried about the dates. Keep that thing aside, right? The chances are even the candidates may be using the same number, or else they may have given a proxy number. Who knows? right? Whether we are getting that piece of detail or not, that is important. And there is some attendance management system, and there is a password to log in. SSD class. Very good, simple password. And the repeated password for other semesters and other timetables too. Great. Let's go on to the next resource. There is a document, but we don't know if it contains some password or not. Maybe this is a platform where all the research papers are hosted. Fine. How about this resource? Trust me, this is the same exact technique that actually helped me in one of the pen testing engagements where I got all the employee contact numbers and the default passwords that are set for the employee management system. So this is one common habit that employees in an organization have. They don't take it very serious. If the platform is not forcing them to change the password, most of the employees use the same default password. And trust me, that is the same exact information that helped me gain access to few employee accounts. Right? It is that simple most of the times. You don't need to think about metasploit, vulnerability, exploit, download, run that, fix bugs, fix errors, post exploitation. You don't need all those things. Right? At times it will be this simple also. You can see there is a WhatsApp group. I can join the WhatsApp group and see some conversations there. Who knows if I'm able to join, if it is not a private thing, if they allow me to join, if it is a public group that anyone can join, right? A Google Meet, I can go and access some kind of resources there. So there is a possibility of n number of attacks later with this simple piece of detail that we are collecting. So this is some kind of ebook platform, the reference numbers and so on. There is a spreadsheet one. Very good. So are you observing that? Institute code, default password, college name. So the interesting thing is the URL that you see on the top. If you can go onto that website and try logging in with these details, the chances are you may log into a few of these student accounts. How we can proceed from there, it is an entire different story altogether, but somehow this piece of information is very important. Anyhow, we are searching for passwords here. In the same fashion, I can search for contacts. So contacts, why not raise Reva this time? Maybe I may see some contacts related document. This is all experiment. This is the same thing happens even in the real life pen test. You may or may not. If you are not able to do identify information like this is a good thing, right? You must appreciate that organization for that secure configuration of the servers, right? Not revealing sensitive details. Very good. Now let us switch to the interesting part of it. This is a manual process, and of course it is tedious because for one single domain, there will be n number of subdomains. Going on to each and every subdomain and performing this search becomes even more difficult. But what if you think about how this website used to manage the data in the olden days? This is the best example that I can give you. This is a live website of cpit.ac.in. And when I'm going through this website, I found a link that will take me onto the old website. You can't find or confirm this as a vulnerability or some kind of bad behavior. Who knows what is the purpose, right? When I click here, it is taking me onto an IP address again. Again, the same story. Go back to the previous example that I've given. The chances are this was hosted on a different server. This was hosted on a different server. try to figure out which one is from which source, who is the ISP, what is the location. The interesting thing is copy this IP address, go on to what is my IP address.com. What is my IP address.com? With the IP address can give you the location too. Location here is important because you want to know whether this organization, this server is inside the organization premises or not. You can see it is in Telangana, Hyderabad. Very good. Latitude, longitude. Technology is really going to make your process simple. One good example is Google Maps. Google, can you please tell me the way to this latitude, longitude? Your regular addresses can be a little bit troublesome, but this latitude, longitude is more than enough for pinpointing the target. Okay, this is where the actual target is. Is this the address associated with the organization? Most of the times, this will be the address of the ISP. Right? Please note that if you want to identify the pinpointed location of the target, you must hack into that device. Then only it is possible. Why I'm stressing on this point? This is one common question again that people ask. How can I identify my friend's pinpointed location? See, Google works based on location that is enabled on the devices. For example, if I go on Google and search for Reva University, there are certain functionalities that Google take advantage of on displaying all different details here. Right? And at times, if you are looking for a specific restaurant, so let me go on Bawarchi, Hyderabad. Right? So you are seeing some kind of statistics. How all these things work? Because Google know where your mobile phone is when you turn on the location. Again, don't please take this onto a different direction. Right? People always keep on arguing like Google is collecting your information. Right? If you don't want Google to collect the information, you stop using Google. What's wrong in it? Right? We can't escape from that. So there is no choice for us. But we can turn off location. People who are using this internet, enabled location and staying at this place tells Google that people are really, the area is really crowdy at specific timing and not so crowdy in a specific time. Not only that, bunch of other statistics that it displays here are also based on the same. So pinpointed location is only possible if you can compromise the device. In case of server that you are identifying, you will identify the IP address. IP address is assigned by ISP. ISP's main source will be the actual location. Right? Interestingly, there is some other engineering college, but if you look into the address here, this one is different from the address that is displayed on this website. So this is in Gandipet, Hyderabad, Telangana, but this one is somewhere at a different location. Afzalganj, Hyderabad. So not matching. Okay, no problem. But we are still there at information gathering. So yet another piece of interesting information is when I go on the contact us page for this particular website. So if I click on contact us, there is a contact form. Right? Previously, this website used to display all employee contact numbers under this contact us page. So heads of the departments, their personal contact numbers, official contact numbers, email addresses and everything. But now they removed it. This is why I called time travel. How about going back in time and checking for the same information, same page if we can? This particular website that you are observing is the old version. They removed that actual copyright date and all. So in general, the copyright year that is mentioned here will tell us how old this website is, right? Let's check. And there are some errors. Please note, there are some errors. So these errors are telling that it is Drupal. With the technology that I identify here, it is WordPress. But the technology that I'm seeing here is Drupal. Means previously they used to run Drupal 7, but now they are running WordPress. So Drupal is yet another content management system popularly used on the internet nowadays to ease the process of building web applications. All right. Again, if I click on contact us page, so is there any contact us? Yes, contact us. There are department names, heads of the departments, their personal, their email addresses, obviously organization emails, and the contact numbers. I'm not interested in these contact numbers because they are all official contact numbers. Of course, as part of a regular pen test for an organization, these contact numbers will be very interesting because we need to go and perform some kind of phishing attack, right? Or send some kind of links so that we can perform some phishing, right? If they are using some mobile based applications, something like WhatsApp or something else, that becomes even more simple. So having this contact number is also good, but what if I can get some personal contact numbers, right? So for that reason, let's go on archive.org.
Sir, in the same page, the last placement officer had a personal number.
Yes. Placement officer, this is personal number and a personal email address. Very good. And one more thing that you can identify is the pattern too, because later in time we'll do some kind of brute forcing. Logins must have usernames. Usernames follow the same pattern. If you observe HOD underscore CSC, this is a pattern that they generally follow. And this is very important in case of employees in an IT company, because the day when they are joining, they will be given a unique name just to differentiate them from other employees. If I say Ravi, there will be 100 Ravis there. It will be quite confusing. So if you are working for Amazon have a typical culture of giving them a specific name, right? It can go on a different pattern, like their first name, one letter from their first name, few letters from the second name. If it is a very lengthy name, they will take first letters from all those things. So it may relate with their name at times, it may not relate with their name at times. So understanding the pattern, naming pattern is also important, especially if you are doing black box pen test. Very good. Thank you so much. I am able, I didn't identify this before. All right, going on to the Wayback Mission, let's search for cbit.ac.in. What is the actual purpose of archive.org? Archive.org will take a constant, will make a copies of the live website and store that on their own servers. Don't ask me why they do so. That is their business, right? So they are maintaining it not for the malicious intentions, but they are maintaining it to help you. If you have any kind of issue with your website, you can go and approach them. They can give you a backup copy of your website. Of course, there is a possibility you can ask them to remove all your copies, but most of the organizations don't know that this kind of activity exists on the internet. So if they don't know that, obviously they will not approach them. If they are not approaching them, then there is a chance that you can get information from the old copies. Everything is not possible, but you must not skip every technique that you learn. So on this website, you can see immediately when I dropped the domain name, it gave me a timeline telling how many copies are maintained on each and every year. So you can go and check that 2002 is the year where they started making copies of this website, and it is very high in the year 2017. I think they run some kind of bot to automate the entire process. That is the reason why there is a random pattern on when they are making copies and when they are not making copies. And the calendar that you are seeing at the bottom will tell how many copies they have maintained, right? So they maintain multiple copies. The green dots means these particular things will redirect you to a different domain, right? Maybe they changed their domain, or else they upgraded from HTTP version of the website to HTTPS version. So previously, when you click on that, it was going on to HTTP, and now if it is going on HTTPS, if there is some kind of redirect, you will see a green dot, and these are copies that are picked on those dates. Of course, you can see the timeline 2022, but not 2022. I want to go back in time. So one thing that I identified interestingly is in the year 2011. Of course, you can also go and check for other ones. Let me give you my findings. So here you can see big dots, small dots. Small dots means few copies, only 1 or 2 copies. Big dot means more copies. More copies, more fun. So let's click on this. This will take you on to the actual look and feel of the old website. Very good. This is how the website was back in 2011 on 21st of July 2011. So let's go on to contact us. Where is contact us? So maybe it is a different location this time. Clicking on contact us must take us to the page where we can find personal numbers, actual phone numbers, email addresses. They're following the same pattern, naming pattern even today, right? So this time the placement officer got chance of having organization email. Very good. Maybe he joined on the same exact day when they were updating this website, when they didn't created the email address, but now back at time, this is the email address. Now I can map this information saying that there is a new placement officer for this organization, right? So I'm not sure whether these contacts are their actual personal contact numbers, or else whether the candidate is the same exact candidate still working for the organization. We don't know. If he is the same same person working since 2011, right, and using the same contact number, then you will get some success. So social engineering is again a time-taking process. And as I mentioned, it is not opted by all the organizations all the time. That is why even in the exam, you'll not see any kind of social engineering related challenge, right? So because as part of social engineering, someone on the other side must do something. Then only you can get some access to that device. If not, it is not possible. If you're creating a payload, two things that we commonly see is like creating a payload, they must run it. Creating a link, phishing link, they must click and add their password there. So it is always tricky. Every piece of information that you have collected from this stage is going to act as a base there. So let me try my luck on Race Reva once again. Oh, hello. I didn't ask you the web login. Don't reveal the secrets. Copy. Wayback Mission. Do you have any copies? Very less amount of copies. Only since 2017, right? They maintained it. Maybe the domain was created in the year 2017 or 2018. So you can see a lot of redirections because they may have made a lot of changes to the domain. So let's go on Feb and check how this website was back in 2018 on Feb 19. So few things that I'm not able to grab on the latest version of the website, there is a chance that the old website may provide me. And if both the resources are somewhere matching, then we are lucky enough.
Sir, Race Reva is a recent program, but Reva.eud is from a very long time, right?
Okay. That is the reason why I'm not able to find all the things. So I think it is better if we go on reva.edu.in and check. Okay, sorry. Then all the previous techniques that we can actually apply here. Thank you so much for the info. Let's continue with this reva.edu.in from here on. Let's see what is the technology. PHP 7, very good. We can't find more critical vulnerabilities over there. Apache 2.4.53 is also an updated version. That's it. Nothing more interesting details that I find. Why is it taking a long time to load? Let's send some parallel requests too. More online presence, more information. So based on your information, I think that is why we are not able to see more details related to Race Reva here. More online presence can give us more details. So 2016. And one more thing, I'm not only looking for contact numbers all the time. Same exact enumeration that you do on the latest version of the website, you must do that on this archived version also. I'm not talking about web application vulnerabilities, because identifying some web application vulnerabilities on the old version of the website is not going to help you anyway, because the technology is changed completely, right? Say for example, if they have used, in the previous example we have seen, they have used Drupal on the old version, WordPress on the latest version. So only information is helpful here. So there is some contact number here. There is contact us page. These are all common triggering points from where you can find more details. So we got the address, contact numbers, contact us is here on the top. And not all the times Wayback Machine will clone entire website, because this is a free service. Free service means they need to afford more servers, host all this content on their own servers. So they may avoid few links at times. We have few contact numbers here, administrative contact numbers. That's it. Not more personal details, but I can see some Dr. Sinu ma'am's contact number is here. And we have few other contact numbers. By simply looking at these names, you can easily identify, right? So who are working since a long time, in what way you can use their information. Is this email address same as the previous one, right? I think we can do some document grabbing from this and run some exif tool there to see what kind of softwares you generally use, right? Okay, there is some issue with the website on that day. You must go and pick a different date. A lot of domain changes for Race Reva here. Anyhow, you got the entire view of how to approach, right? Very good. If yes, please turn on your mic and say yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good. That's all about archive.org. There are a few more techniques. Again, information gathering is very lengthy. You can apply tons of different techniques and approach each and every piece of information or source in a different fashion. So you can go in deep and understand, is this the main server or else other subdomains? I actually avoided the subdomains related concept because you already know tons of tools from CEH where you can enumerate subdomains. So let's move on to some tools that are present on Parrot and Kali. Most of the activities that we did are on random basis, not very specific to the tools. Two common tools that you can use on organizing data or simplify your actual process of grabbing information are MetaGofill and Recon-ng. Recon-ng is a too good utility that will help us in setting up some modules and automate the process of grabbing a lot of information. So my dear friends, do note that again, this is an automated tool that can be detected by Google if you are using the source as Google. So you need to play with the different options and see which thing works for you, right? So for now, let me take you through a simple example on how you can search for information. So I'm going to run recon-ng. Recon-ng is also a default utility on both Parrot and Kali. Even if it is not present, it will be there on the repositories for sure. You can run apt install recon-ng to install the utility. After loading recon-ng, this looks very much similar to your Metasploit framework. You can start by searching modules on Marketplace. There are some standard commands that you can use to perform activities on recon-ng. As usual, the first command will be help if you are not familiar with the framework at the very first glance. So looking at help menu will tell you what are the options that you can use. One of those options is to load Marketplace and search for additional modules. In fact, the base installation of ngrok will not come with all those modules that can help you in performing information gathering. And modules that are already present may not be sufficient for you all the time based on what is the activity that you are doing. You can load existing modules using modules command, or you can actually use Marketplace to start installing some new modules. So let's see on how we can verify modules. To verify all the existing modules, you can run show modules command. Show modules, is it semicolon? No. Okay, modules is not the thing. You can actually use show with a bunch of different keywords that will display the information. For example, if I've already done with some kind of search, then I can take advantage of show command. For example, show host. So all different hosts that you have scanned before, right, will be displayed with this command. So if you want to go and check modules, you can simply run modules, load, space, double tap, right? That will show you the module names. Or else, if you already know module names, you can simply start adding those module names. For example, recon related modules will start with recon as a keyword for the path. There are no modules too. So this is a clean installation that I did. Because of that reason, I'm not able to see any modules. Let's go and install some modules from Marketplace. So to search something on Marketplace, you can go with Marketplace and search as a command. So let me go through the commands once again. The first command that I've used is help to list all different commands that we can run at this point. Along with the descriptions, you can see them. Next command that I'm using is Marketplace to search for a specific module. For example, let's do a Git based search or GitHub based search, because GitHub is the major source where most of the organizations use GitHub for doing all the code related updates. I mean, if the web developer is actually pushing their content onto Git on frequent basis, And if there is some repo associated with the domain, there is a chance that you can get the entire code on the Git repo. Not only that, other places like more common places where we ask for a lot of queries. For example, Stack Overflow, right? Or any tech channels where you ask programming related questions or queries. That can become one standard source because that is the place where people raise issues or ask for solutions related to issues. Of course, they are asking solutions to fix them, but you are going to take them in a different angle. If you know that these are the issues that they are facing, again, that is the software that they are using. And again, if there are some kind of job portals, you can know what is the requirement of the company. So most of these portals will mention that this company is looking for some web developer who is expert in PHP, right? Node.js. That's it. It's more than enough for you. You know that people, they are using Node.js or PHP for building websites. So this kind of detail that you get on public sources can act as base for most of the attacks later. So marketplace search, and let's give a keyword as GitHub. And these are the modules that are present. You can load whatever module that you are interested in from all these modules that we see. You can change the keywords and play with different keywords. So let's go and take advantage of Recon profiles, contacts, GitHub users. So I want to search for any kind of Git related information that is associated with the domain. Or you can also go and change the keywords with Google or something else. For example, instead of GitHub, you can go with Google. There is one module, domain host, Google site web, right? So you can read information related to the modules by simply using info command with marketplace command. So marketplace info, the module name. So let's pick this module, Recon domain host Google site web. So this is going to tell what is it going to do. So Google host name enumerator. So it uses harvest. It is going to it harvest the host from google.com by using site search operator. Same thing that you do on Google Docs, this particular tool is going to automate. I hope you all are able to understand the actual difference between the techniques that we already know and what tools are doing differently. Tools are just automating all those techniques that we already know. Apart from that, there will not be any magic in the tools, right? The entire magic is in the methodology that you follow and the actual approach that you pick. Mindset, the actual ideology that you build around all different pieces of information that you collect. So domain host, you can actually install this module. As this module is not present, you can do install marketplace install. We are done loading that particular module. I mean, installing that module. Now you can load module using module command. So don't worry, this particular practical is present in the lab manual. You can actually do this practical on the lab by launching the lab for module 2. We loaded that module from default. You can see Google site web module loaded. Here you can start running info to see what are the options that are present along with the information on what it is doing. You can see similar kind of structure in the pattern of Metasploit framework. So as you are already familiar with Metasploit, I thought of picking up this example, but in general for CS students, I don't explain this Recon-ng until unless they have some familiarity with Metasploit. All right, then we can set options. Again, you can use options command to set options. So in Metasploit, we do set options and options. but here we use options command and set as a keyword to set whatever thing that you want. So let us go and set the source. So to set source, you need to specify source, and let us add cbit.ac.in. This may fail because we already did a lot of searches before, but let's see. I'm going to run using run command, and this will do the job. As you can see, Google CAPTCHA triggered, no bypass available. No worries. I hope you all understood the concept. That's the important thing that I must give away in the session. So recon-ng works in this fashion. So you can search for different modules, load those modules, set options, and run the module to grab information. And once it grabs the information, it simply provides that stores that information in the form of tables. So when you run show hosts or show missions, right, or anything that is associated with show. So show contacts, show companies, so show credentials, it will actually display those details. Right now, this is clean installation, so there are no details that are part of it. But I highly recommend you to do this practical on the platform, iLabs platform. So these tools will organize the content in a very good fashion, which can help you a lot while preparing documentation. If it is not with this tool, you must do everything manually, collecting the screenshots, right? Preparing your own table to make it easy for your client to understand, and so on. All right, let me go with yet another tool called Multigo. Multigo is actually not part of Parrot or Kali. Installing Multigo is also tricky. Anyhow, you can go on Google and search for Multigo. That is the reason why I kept all these tools for the last part, right? So if we can achieve what we want to with the help of basic tools, why to look at these tools? That is my opinion, right? Can go on Multigo, search for Multigo, and from Multigo official website, you can download the latest version of Multigo and install it. But it will ask for a lot of prerequisites. The first time when you run this Multigo, it will break because of lot of packages that are missing on Parrot and Kali. So the best thing is this tool is also present on your iLabs platform. They made our job simple. So one mission that is already there in iLabs, you can use it for performing the practical. Please note that any practical that I've discussed or any kind of technique that we have discussed as part of this module and next module will not be part of the exam, because in exam they will give you IP address, they will give you section of IPs, right? You will be performing it only on that section, that's it. So you don't need to worry about setting up these tools or using these tools, right? That is the reason why I kept all the least priority tools at the end of this module. Let's move on. Multigo. Simply running Multigo will open a graphical window. You need to create an account to use this community version of the tool. Community version of the tool is more than enough for us to grab information, basic information. But if you have a pro version of it, it will be even more interesting. But the first glance, when you see this tool, it will look quite complex with tons of options there. But don't worry, because based on what is the information that you have, you can easily map the attack points and then proceed further for exploitation, even without using all these tools. So to show you a simple example, let me launch a new panel or new window. And you are seeing everything on this main panel as transformers. So these transformers will help us in collecting information. For example, domain tools, the website that we used before, using which it will grab domain related information. It is like select the option, tool will do the job of what we did before, right? So have I been pawned? So I think You know this particular website. How many of you know this website before? So do this particular experiment whenever you are free. Go onto this website and drop your email address here. This website will check for your email presence or email address presence on any major data leaks that happened recently, right? Of course, this website, I think they are not updating it on more frequent basis, because of which it is throwing a lot of false positives. Even if you don't have account on that, it may throw that information for you. So tool is tool. It may help you at times, may not help you at times. So this is integration of all different platforms. So Synthesis.io is yet another tool source for server related information that you can collect based on IP address of domain name. Even Synthesis.io used to provide information free of cost. A year ago, a couple of years ago, but now they are asking for registration. Only registered users can look at that details, right? So you can go on Synthesis search and do a limited amount of search. So more searches that you do, it may block you. So let's go and grab some IP address and put that IP address here. Why not EC Council? ecouncil.org, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So we need IP address of ecouncil.org. A quick ping can help us. Ping ecouncil.org. Stop. This is the IP address. Copy. I think this website will take domain name also. You need to change that in the settings. So host, certificates, that's it. No domain name. They keep on changing the features that they provide. Sort, ascending, relevance. So let's paste this. Search. ecouncil.org is actually running on Cloudflare server. This is the HTTP banner from ecouncil.org. There is a bad request 403 forbidden, means EC Council stopped this particular web request from not returning back with any response. Of course, it is actually making a request onto different ports that are open. You can see port list. In fact, we know how to use Nmap for performing port scan, right? So these are all sources where you don't need to do any kind of Nmap scans. In fact, doing Nmap scan on a public server without their permission is completely illegal. But why to do if they are providing information for us like this, right? You can explore more and see how this piece of information can be related. If it is associated with some other IP addresses or domains, it will show you that maps. Certificate related information. So the domain related history. See, you need to log in to see the domain history. How about whois? Even for whois, I need to log in. Okay. I am not interested in login, but I already got some information, right? So I can go on view data and see how this particular domain related information can be helpful. We have a lot of different details related to the domain. The response. So IP address, we can see Cloudflare. Apart from that, I'm not seeing anything interesting on this resource. Source IP, nothing much interesting. How about pasting the domain name and see what is that we can find? Copy. Okay. We can see some details related to this domain. Port 80 HTTP, 443 HTTPS, some IP address, right? And ISP related information. There are so many servers with the same EC console because there are multiple subdomains, right, running on different servers. There is SSH and FTP on this server, so this becomes my prime target for test, right? Because a lot of interesting services are running. And even the MySQL port is open, right? And anyone out there on the internet can actually access this MySQL and connect to MySQL if they have password. This is not a right behavior because, okay, if it is open, fine. But if it is allowing us to brute force, then it is risky. Let's go with Race Reva again. A lot of archived pages are not giving any information there. So this is why it takes a lot of time while we are performing information gathering. There is only one server. I can see SSH 80.443 8080. What is running at 8080? Open a new tab. 8080 is running Jenkins. Jenkins 2.3. 2.3. I don't think it is vulnerable, but anyhow, doing a little bit of Googling can help. So you can also take advantage of hitting this particular IP address in the domain. So let's go there, copy. Jenkins is more related to the development platform and the main login page is visible. And I'm seeing some kind of elements, again, web related attacks, which we'll discuss later. But most of these Jenkins related versions are vulnerable. Anyhow, from a blind spot, which we don't know that Jenkins is actually there associated with this domain, right? We are able to grab that. So Multigo will automate that process of what we are performing manually so far. So let me click on the new panel or palette. And on this new palette, on the left-hand side corner, left-hand panel, you will see all different resources that you can add. For example, there are groups, events, infrastructure, devices, right? Recent resources. Under infrastructure, we have DNS, domain. So what we have in hand is domain, right? So let me drag and drop this onto this panel. Atherva.com is the domain that is by default written, but you can edit that under the properties panel. If I select Pathirva, I can change this to something different. So let's add iare.ac.in. And this is the piece of information that we have collected. I am not able to drag this. Okay, no problem. Right click on that. You will see transformers. As a free user, you will be able to use some default transformers that are present. For additional transformers, you need to pay and get them. Or you need to switch to a pro version, unlike community version. Again, why we will go with a pro version here if we are able to do it manually, right? If there is something more advantageous which we cannot do manually without tool, then we can go with that version. So all transformers are present, all transformers, DNS related transformers. When I say transformers, we saw some platforms before, right? On the main page or the main dashboard. So you can select whatever transformer you want to run. So clicking on all transformers, it will run all the transformers on the target. This can be time consuming. So let me go ahead and pick DNS and let me do it for mail exchange servers. That's it. Following error occurred. There is an issue in making query to the named servers. Let's do a quick website lookup. Again, an error. I'm not sure where it is going wrong, but you can actually switch between different transformers and see. See, if you right click, there are multiple things. When I right click, there are 2 arrows here. It means it will run every transformer that is present under this section. For example, if I expand this domain, there are 3 transformers. You can run them individually. For example, email address. Let me click on this. I don't know why it is constantly throwing some error. So returns the domain name correct. iare.ac.in. Let me do it on smec.ac.in again, because if one server is not allowing bots, then it will fail. So I can go on different transformers, domain related transformers. Let's go back and check email address. So email address from who is, again error. Then it means there is something wrong with the tool itself. I need to fix it, then only we can run. Anyhow, you can do this particular practical on the iLab platform without any issues, right? So it is all very simple there. You need to click on that launch button and it launches the lab. In browser, Parrot will be available. In browser targets are also there along with the material that is present, right? So let me try showing you how it looks like. I hope I remember the password. Very good. Thank you so much. So second module lab, it opens up in a separate window. And be patient because this takes a little bit more time because it must load the mission, it must load the material and everything. If you are already familiar with EC Council iLab, this also looks almost same, but the domain name is different. So this is called as Learn on Demand. And for EC Council CEH, you will access some iLab platform. I think you all used iLabs before. Good. But I highly recommend you all to set up your own lab. As a pen tester, it is very important to set up your own labs. So under instructions section, you will be able to see the manual. And under resources section, you will be able to start the mission and perform the practical. So under instructions, if I head towards the very first practical, so pen testing, project planning. So this is all about second module related practical. So for planning, you can draw maps, right? So each and every step on how to prepare the map is present and mission is here. You can log in and continue doing this particular practical there. Next, second one is also the same document preparation practical using a different software. Anyhow, we are not going to use these tools for the actual exam, right? So for actual exam, the report writing process will be different. These are the tools that are generally used in the company. That is the reason why they are part of the practical. There are 2 practicals as part of it. You can end the lab or mark it as complete once you are done with it. Please note that only after ending the first, the existing lab, you will be able to start the second lab. So this week, when you have time, I recommend you to explore the bookshelf material and also do the practicals that are present here. So if you want to keep this aside and want to do everything at the end, it can become headache. So based on the actual schedule that we planned, I mean, based on what are the modules that we are covering, that week spend time on completing the labs for that module. Don't worry because there will be hardly 3 to 4 practicals in every lab, right? Not more than that. But in class, I will be taking you through tons of other practicals just to teach you the technique or else give you the technique or approach, correct. All right, then. We did a lot of analysis, picking up different resources, but this is just the beginning. Once we move on to the actual pen testing modules, I will also take advantage of few more information gathering techniques explained there, because few techniques are not that meaningful at this point, right? So once we start the actual step of exploitation, then we can easily relate that information gathering technique. So open source intelligence methodology, OSINT, first practical. There is a website called OSINT framework, right? So no need to have iLabs for this one. You can also go on OSINT framework. This website is like index map for all your information gathering. You want IP addresses? Click on IP addresses. It will show you what are the websites, what are the tools that you can use. Are you getting? You want host discovery? Click on host discovery. You will see tons of different tools that you can use. So want to use Nmap? Click on Nmap. It will take you onto the Nmap guide, right? If there is some other website, so URL scan, you can go on URL scan. So this will provide you subdomains and so on. If you keep on continuing with this, there are so many tools that you can use. But in real life, trust me, we are not going to use each and every resource or each and every tool, right? So we'll make it a habit and we'll set up a list of tools that we generally use and we proceed with that one only. So there is an explanation on how to use this platform. RobTex is yet another too good information gathering section. Netcraft is yet another website that you can use. Second practical, Multigo. So please note that by default, there will be a resource that is loaded here. You can go on to the resources section and see what are the VMs that are present for the actual section. So if this particular section involves multiple missions, all those missions will be available for you here. So using ID and password, you can actually log in. So if I try to log in, I'll have Multigo here. So I don't want to waste your time doing the same exact steps that are present in this material. Apart from that, it is better to give you something new. This you can easily explore from this section. So Multigo is a tricky tool. If you are able to successfully install it on your Kali or Parrot, then it's good, you can use it there. But if not, it is better you go and use it here on this iLab platform. That's it. Only two practicals for this module. There is no other practical. So at the bottom of the screen, you will see options to switch between previous practical and the next practical. That's it. All right. So with that thing said, I hope you all enjoyed today's content. My dear friends, how was today's session? We learned something new. Most important thing that I must ask is, are you able to understand the relation between each and every piece of information that we are collecting? Because that is my end goal. By the end of the day, end of this training, if you are able to do that, then I am successful in giving you the right skill set. By this thing said, my dear friends, any questions from different things that we discussed as part of today's session? I open the floor for any questions that you have.
Need help with this HS box loading in VMware?
Yeah, sure. please let me know what are the issues that you are facing so that I can fix them, or else you can also share your screen so that it will be easy for me to.
And the Parrot OS OVA file, so is the publicly available version
Yes,
enough?
it is publicly available. You can go and download it, or else if you want, I can share the link also. In
So whatever
fact,
that is there in Parrot OS site, I think that's fine, right?
yes. Let me show you the Parrot OS website so that you can download it from there. And if you are going with VMware, I think you can install ISO files, right? So if you know the process of installing ISO files, then you can go on parrotsec.org. On parrotsec.org, you will find option for download. Click on download, and there are different editions of Parrot. There is a home edition, which is not for hacking, means the actual pen testing packages are not by default in this home edition. The one that we must use for pen testing is security edition. Please note down this in your notes. The edition that we are going to use for pen testing is Parrot Security OS. That is the reason why I frequently call it as Parrot Security OS. Home edition is not going to come up with all different tools. So you can download the actual ISO file from this section by clicking on the download button here. Please note that with the latest versions of Parrot, they are only providing ISO files. Anyhow, I think almost all of you are habituated with ISO setup. Am I right? Yes or no?
Yeah,
If
I
you are
think should be okay. Yeah.
Yes. If you are using VMware, I think you mostly do the installation with ISO files. So this will be good to proceed. But if you can go on to the old version of Parrot. So this is version 5, which is recently released. There can be some kind of bugs here and there in the latest version. The one that I was using is 4.11.3, I think, 11.3 or 11.2. If you want, please let me know or drop me a message on the WhatsApp group so we can help you with that resource too, so that you can go with the OVA file and complete the installation. Again, it is all your personal choice, not compulsory to use Parrot OS, but EC Council recommends using Parrot OS, right? So they changed that pattern of using Kali Linux. I don't think this makes some kind of difference. So if you are already comfortable with Kali, stick to that, use Kali only. And if you want, I will also switch to Kali and use Kali from next session onwards. So let's do this poll. How many of you are using Kali Linux? If you are using Kali Linux, please drop K in the chat. If you are using Parrot, please drop P in the chat. I could have asked this at the beginning itself, right? Okay. All of you are using Kali. Then I am extremely sorry. I think I forced you all to look at or stare at Parrot. No problem. Okay, then from next session onwards, we'll use Kali Linux. I also have Kali. I don't know which version of Kali that you are using. I will be using the latest version of Kali Linux. Every time when there is a latest version, I will all jump onto the latest version immediately. In fact, you can see I have Kali Linux 2022.1 on my virtual box. So you can go with 2022.1, that is recommended. There is 2022.2 also that you can download from Kali's official website, but I think it is better we use one step older, because the latest version will always come with some kind of issues up until 1 or 2 months pass by after the release date. So it is better to use 2022.1. Now, talking about the actual box setup, let me repeat this once again. My dear friends, if you are new to VirtualBox, you can go on downloading VirtualBox from VirtualBox official website. And make sure that you download 2 pieces of software from this website. One is the actual VirtualBox package to install the software. And the next one is extension pack. So make sure that you load or install the actual package first. Installation on Windows. I think most of you are using Windows. Is very simple. On any operating system, it is simple. Even in case of Windows, double click, it completes the process. After completing that, add the extension pack too, because if you are using some external resources, it can be like USB, you want to plug in for Wi-Fi related practicals. Of course, there are no Wi-Fi related practicals for this module. If you want to practice your CEH content, then it is better you load this extension pack, then only you will be able to connect your external adapter for Wi-Fi practicals. So if this extension pack is missing, few functionality can be not properly working. For example, the file sharing thing, drag and drop thing, right, may not properly work. So it is better you go with adding the extension before you use it. After completing that process, download the VM, which is HS box, and simply double click on that, which loads there. Let me take you through the settings for this VM. My dear friends, this is a very small box. Don't need more resources, right? Please make sure that you specify just 512 MB of size, more than enough. Just to cut down all the troubles, I pre-configured all the things. If you double click, it loads with these same exact settings. No changes required. But if you want to make sure that this mission is accessible by other devices on the network, including your host mission, I think you all know how to change the network settings in the virtualization software. It can be slightly different in case of VMware and VirtualBox. So we are more on to VirtualBox because we only encourage, we always encourage the open and free source software, right? Of course, there can be more functionality with VMware, but it is not going to be full-fledged software until unless it is VMware Pro. VMware Pro is really excellent, but when compared with VMware Player, right? VMware Player may lag in few functionality that you are looking forward for. If we are getting something for free, why not opt for that? So can head towards the network settings and change the network settings according to your choice. For example, there are different network attachments that you can make. So I selected bridge network to make sure that my VM is accessible from my host, any other virtual machines that are running on this particular device, or any other computer on this network, even if it is not host. So when you select bridge network, the IP address that is assigned for this host will be from your actual router. So people on the network will also be able to see this device. It is no more a separate VM. It is yet another device on your network. This creates the feel of actual machine on the network. But a serious note, make sure that you are not hosting this kind of device on your organization network. And if it is exposed to internet, these are intentionally made vulnerable. And if someone compromises this, they may find their way into other devices part of your network. Same instructions that you will receive with Metasploitable 2. So selecting bridge network and selecting the right network adapter. Please make sure that you select the right interface through which your host machine is receiving internet. If you select bridged, it means your host is responsible for sharing internet with your virtual machine. So to allow virtual machine to access internet, it is very important to select the right interface through which your host machine is getting internet. In my case, I have two different interfaces. One is LAN connection, a wired connection, and the other one is Wi-Fi connection. Just not to have any kind of issues during the session, I have both the alternates. But please make sure that you select the right one through which your host machine is receiving internet. If your host machine is receiving internet over Wi-Fi, select the right Wi-Fi adapter from this list, which will be different for you from the one that you are seeing on the screen. These are the two settings that we need to look at. One is memory, other one is network. That said, you can simply boot the machine by double clicking it, and you will be able to start the VM. And just to cut down your time on searching for this VM, I made it run a script to display the IP address as part of the banner. So by simply going on that IP, you can start with your attack. My dear friends,
Sir,
any other issues that you have related to the box, please let me know.
sir, how did you launch that command prompt, sir?
Which command prompt?
The black one.
The black
The-
one. This is actually a virtual box, virtual mission. This is same like your Kali Linux or Parrot. This is separate mission. So I simply double clicked on this mission, selected. Double click here or select the mission and click on start. That will automatically load this. In fact, you are not seeing any kind of graphical interface here because this is core installation of a server, and it will not have any kind of graphical mode added. I mean, there is no desktop themes added, desktop environments added. This is base Linux with only command line version. So no need to worry about it because this is not our base mission. I mean, this is not our attacker device. This is our target device. In case of you learning pen testing, we need more targets, right? So more targets, more vulnerabilities will help you practice more. So this is yet another vulnerable mission, same as your Metasploitable 2. If you have gone through Metasploitable 2, I think you know that Metasploitable 2 will also not come with any kind of desktop environment. It is command line version of the operating system, and this one is also the same. And I'm not going to reveal much information about this because this week I want you all to explore and see if you can find your way into this box. All right. So my dear friends, the things that we have discussed so far in today's session may not help you compromise this box, but this is a kind of CH refresher. The things that you have already learned from previous module should be applied here to compromise this device. So end goal is to capture 3 different flags, 2 flags under the user home and 1 flag under the root home. Look for ways on identifying the right vulnerabilities, exploit them, gain access. Even if you're not familiar with Metasploit, don't worry because there are ways in which you can gain access to this box without using a Metasploit or running any exploit. So you can go through or refer the materials for the previous module for achieving this. Anyhow, I will be taking you through the entire walkthrough of how to solve it later, but please don't wait for me to give you the solution. Try to check.
Once we get the flag, any lead to the next session, or it's just a flag?
If you already achieved the flag, you can put a note on WhatsApp group saying that you got flag 1 of HS box. That gives me an indication that you got it.
Okay.
All right. So this is not kind of assignment. Take it as a fun activity.
Sure.
Just to begin with some habit of exploitation. That's it. So as part of all my trainings, I make it really important and focus on forcing candidates to apply the things. In general, for CEH also, I designed boxes for separate modules where only the concepts that are learned in that module can be used to hack into that box. So building that mindset is what my goal is all about. Even if you are not able to solve it, don't feel bad, right? So after giving you the solution, the next boxes you can easily solve. All right. So even the practical exam or the end exam that you are going to see after this course will be of similar kind. So this becomes a practice ground or playground for you to experiment with the things. I'll come up with one more box and we'll share that next week, which we will be using as part of the sessions next week. And to do the practicals of social engineering module, I recommend you to use your iLab platform, right? So lab setup that I'm going to discuss will make you do the practicals on your own environment. But please note, there is no replacement for the EC Council iLabs or else the actual practice range, because there are tons of missions with a lot of different defenses and different configurations. So we can't simulate that on our laptop, right? That is the reason why I will limit the amount of missions that we use for lab. So setting up more targets, you can actually ease the process of learning. And my dear friends, I must tell this once again. Are you all there with virtual boxes? I mean, virtual missions for Metasploitable 2 and Metasploitable 3?
You mean we have to download the VM for that, or
Yes. Yes. Or not on Kali, onto your host mission.
No,
So
I got it as a separate VM, right?
Yes, separate VM. So do you have that VM?
No, we don't have.
Okay. Okay, then I will interact with the coordinators and we'll try to share those links over WhatsApp so that you all can go and download. But one thing that you can do is a bit of Googling can give you chance to download Metasploitable 2. I think there is no need of any other additional resource. You can go on Google and search for Metasploitable 2 download. So that will take you to the standard official website. So Rapid7, or you can go on SourceForge to download the actual VM, which is of somewhere around 800 MB. So let me drop this link in the chat for your reference. So whatever links that I've dropped in the chat, please bookmark all those links. I don't know whether this platform can segregate all the links that I have dropped and all the messages that you are dropping. I'm not sure.
We need to have Metasploit 2 and 3 or only 2?
2 and 3 will be good for more practice. For now, try to set up Metasploitable 2 for the next session. And for advanced, for pen testing module, there are 3 core parts, as I mentioned at the start point of today's session, like internal, external, and perimeter. So for external and perimeter, I will also use Metasploitable 3 devices, because we need to set up a lab for pivoting and double pivoting concepts. Of course, there is a lab practical also, but you will not have a more comfortable environment there playing with the different settings. So if you are going on iLab, only the practical that is mentioned there will work on iLabs. Apart from that, nothing will work. But if you want to explore it more and learn it more, obviously having full control on your lab is very important. So Metasploitable 2. After this, you can search for Metasploitable 3 GitHub. Metasploitable 3 is also a set of vulnerable missions, right? Not like Metasploitable 2. Metasploitable 2 is Linux, right? One device, that is Linux. In case of Metasploitable 3, you will have two different operating systems, a Windows version and also a Ubuntu version. If you want to spend some time on researching, I recommend you to go on this Git page and look for the documentation that is present and see how you can build those missions. Building these missions is very easy. You can go with the quick start guide that is present. Means if you already have VirtualBox installed, again, this particular command, these commands that you are seeing on this platform or Git page will look for VirtualBox installation on your device. So make sure that you have VirtualBox installed, and after that, simply run these commands from your host machine terminal, and these commands will take care of hosting or else putting up the VMs onto your VirtualBox automatically. It will take somewhere in a half an hour or 1 hour time. So run these commands, set this aside, and you will see that both VMs will be there on your VirtualBox after the process completes. If that is not the case, please let me know. I will share a link so that you can download that VM directly from that link, same as how you did it for HS box. All right. So try to go through this resource today and see if you can set up. It's okay, fine. Then no need to worry about it. If not, please let us know. Anyhow, for the next session, we may not be using this Metasploitable 3 much, right? Maybe on 18th, we will be using Metasploitable 3 as part of practicals. Anyhow, please let me know well before so that I can interact with the coordinator to help you with the resource. So these are the, pardon, sorry.
Nothing, sir. Just out of box question. Let me ask after the class.
Okay, fine. We are done with that class. So I think we are almost there. We are done with all the prerequisites for the next session. And I hope you all enjoyed today's session. Please note that practice is the key. Make sure that you take these tools. I hope you all have your running notes by this time. How many of you have your running notes with all the things that we discussed today? If you are there with the running notes, please drop R in the chat. Very good. So trust me, this notes is not going to expire after this course, because this is the actual notes that you will be using even after you join a company as a penetration tester, right? So that is how I want to organize the content. We made slight changes to the actual material just to go out of the box, right? So please make sure that you refer the material, take time. You have 1 week time. I'll see you on 11th of June. Am I right? Yes. Our next session will be of social engineering. We'll start off with social engineering, and from there we'll move on to the next module. So don't worry. We are not going to skip any kind of content. No way, right? Even if you want me to skip, I will not. Are you understanding? We decided to take the challenge.
12th do we have class, sir? Next
Pardon?
Sunday. Next Sunday do we have class on 12th?
Yes, we have class on Sunday too. So 11th and 12th we have classes. So next week, 2 days continuous. So unfortunately, we are not able to complete the social engineering module as part of today's session. So we'll start off the next session with social engineering and we'll move on to the next modules. That is the reason why when I set the plan on one of those days, I set only 2 modules. I think by this time, you know why I set only 2 modules there and 3 to 4 modules here, because I know that it may take time and we may require a little bit of more explanation for few concepts. So that is a tentative plan. So we'll go with the remaining things next week.
Can't we skip Sunday classes?
Sunday classes. In fact, this is the schedule that is given by the university, and they opted for these dates, and we are here for those days.
Actually, sir, next Sunday I had a travel plan.
Oh,
We had a family plans up already there.
okay. I think it will not be a problem. So you will have the recorded lecture on the actual content platform, LMS, and I think you can access all these recorded lectures there. And after looking into the recorded lecture, if you have any questions, next session that you join, you can raise those questions. There is nothing like you need to ask questions today only from today's modules. No, nothing like that. Even after the sessions, even after this particular module completes, you can write me email anytime at jayanth.b@cartelsoftware.com.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Right. Any other questions?
No, sir, we don't have any question.
All right. How about some other out-of-box question or so? Someone asking.
So just a question. We have VMware Workstation, so we can use VMware Workstation only, right?
Yes, you can use VMware Workstation also. I just didn't tested this OVA files. In fact, the OVA files are designed for designed to work comfortably with VirtualBox. So I never tested it on VMware. If you are able to load it on VMware, then it's absolutely fine. No need to worry. You can use VMware.
Yeah,
It's
so
okay,
VirtualBox
sir.
I was able to use on VMware. So it's
Okay, if you are able to use it on VMware, it's okay, fine. You can go with it.
Okay.
And I saw that a few of you have loaded it on VMware and there are no issues. So yes, you can go with VMware. So today's session is more a kind of theory part. That is the reason why you saw me talking a lot. So next session, I will be involving you in all different steps that I'm going to take for exploitation. So I will be looking forward for your help, and based on your opinions, based on your process, right? We are going to take a step towards exploiting the devices and see what kind of goals that we can achieve, right? So there is no standard process or standard methodology that you can refer to, because each and every penetration tester will have their own methodology. So my methodology is comfortable for me, and you may have your own methodology that is too good than mine, right? So this differs. So once you got hold of the actual process, done. So I'm going to promise you giving that by the end of this particular module. Someone was there with out of box question and I'm not able to see them back again. Hello, are you there?
And this model is
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, there's a lot of echo because some of them are in the campus and I am also in the campus.
Okay,
So
okay.
I think everyone seems. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear you. Is this Dr. Sino?
And I hope everyone participated actively.
Yes. I enjoyed it.
Yes, no.
I don't know whether they enjoyed it, but I enjoyed it.
You're active.
Jayant is muted or oh, okay, Jayant is speaking there. I think you are muted there, so we can't hear anything.
No, you can talk from there.
I'll talk from there.
Yeah, I muted.
Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Sorry.
Oh, okay, fine. Are you all able to hear me now?
Yes. So Jayant, I was asking how
Yes.
participative they were, how actively they did the lab.
Yes, they are active. In fact, the actual lab part, I used to encourage them doing it after the session because I have this habit of doing practical and explaining them during the practical time itself. So from next session onwards, the actual core practical things start. So we will do it there. And today we gave a small challenge, and it is kind of revision one for the previous module, which will help me indirectly for proceeding with advanced techniques from the next session.
Okay, were they able to do it? Because I was not in the session.
Yes, of course, they will be able to do it.
Okay. Oh, they will be able to. So it's an
Yes,
assignment.
they will be able to.
Okay.
Even if they are not able to, don't worry, I'm there. I will walk them through the process to help them give the right methodology to solve it.
So I came in the end to get everyone together and complete because 1 year is quite rigorous. I don't know how many of you are sweating already.
Okay. I actually enjoyed the session, but I don't know whether the students are really enjoying it or not.
Yeah. So one thing that I want everyone support is on the EC Council. It's not for Saturday's module. In fact, to help you actually understand this further, that's why we have made it as five day session. That's why we would request all of you to sacrifice one Sunday out of your 50 Sundays you have. 52 Sundays. I know it's already messages are coming. Why are you putting on Sundays, etc. So maybe if you have a CL or something, why don't you take it on that Monday? Right? Because if we extend it into a 10 Saturday module, then our schedules are becoming difficult, right? So if you want to kind of complete, so that means next Sunday, right? 12th. We will continue. We will see if we can close it little early, Jayant, instead of taking till 5-6
Sure.
o'clock.
Sure.
Yeah, we will reduce it. Maybe what we can also do is we'll start at 9 or something, but people who are coming to the campus, that would be a challenge. So somewhere this 40 hours of training is important. More Jayant teaches. It's good to see more labs, right? So one big request. So please plan next weekend well, right? And CH exam is pending. So please practice. We cannot go on indefinitely on that. We need the timeline as well. I just wanted to get your support. Okay. Thanks, Jayant. Let's
Thank
all
you. Thank you so
close
much.
Yeah, enjoy your Sunday, but spend 1 hour on practicing, 2 hours on practicing.
Again, I will be seeing you all on next Saturday, so they have 1 week time.
Yes.
So any time in the week is okay, fine. Again, it will take time to adjust to the environment. I mean, to understand the methodology and apply the skill, because the way how we train candidates is to make sure that you get the right skill set, because doing practical that is present in the iLab is not at all enough. So going with practical 1, practical 2, practical 3, this is not going to work. So that is the reason why, as I said before, the beginning point of the session, most of the candidates fail on solving the problem when there is a challenge in front of them. So even the interviewers will look forward on giving you a challenge and see how you are solving it. No matter what tool that you are using or what kind of methodology that you are following, what they want is whether you are making it simple and take advantage of minimum efforts on completing it or not. So each and everyone will have a different process. So understanding that actual methodology and taking that onto your own steps takes some time for sure. So it only comes with practice, as doctor repeats. Practice is the key. Coming to any kind of security related role that you are going to get ready for. More importantly, pen testing, as we have seen bunch of examples as part of today's session. You already know most of the tools that I've explained as part of today's session, but you felt like there is something new because the methodology or else the way how we applied thing is slightly different. So make sure that you are getting that from the sessions. That is more than enough, right? So please make sure you practice the methodology, and even the exam that we are going to conduct at the end will follow the same exact pattern. So as I'm sharing some kind of VM, that is just to make sure that you will not get solution anywhere online, not to punish you, but to see whether you are able to apply it. Say there are tons of resources online. I mean, there are some platforms from where we can download VMs. I hope you all heard about Vulnweb. But if I give a mission from Vulnweb, you can see articles online. You can easily solve it. So you will never ever get a chance on applying it. So HS box that I've shared is completely black box pen test for you. So once you are able to solve it, you can build confidence saying that the skills that you have learned from previous module and this module are really helpful in the real life. Again, the examples that we are going to cover in the upcoming sessions are going to relate with real life examples a lot. And I made it possible to have all those real life examples onto the VM that we have created, because people have this misconception. We are testing it on a vulnerable mission. Who said that HS box that I have gave you as a vulnerable, right? Vulnerable mission. So each and every mission that I design will also have some kind of defenses which will not allow you to perform exploitation. So this skill is important for CPENT. No matter whether you are taking exam or not, if you are moving forward into the real life pen testing operation, this is what happens. This particular point is not considered by most of the beginners. They feel like any mission I can hack. Hello, hacking is not that simple. If it is that simple, we could have stopped using internet a long back, right? So just to give you that idea, CPENT is focusing on the core areas. So don't worry, instead of going on to other theoretical modules, as I said at the beginning point, we'll replace them with self-study practical modules, which are very important and will help you in the real life scenarios along with the key parts of the exam too.
Speak up. Anyone wants to speak up? No? Yes? Spoken enough?
Ma'am, yeah,
Okay.
actually regarding iLabs, ma'am,
Uh-huh.
don't have access to our iLabs, ma'am.
I think most of the attendees don't have access to iLabs.
Okay, okay.
The
Jordan.
subscription is there.
Okay, they have already been given the code, right? Subscription mail already there. Originally itself it was sent initially. So connect
That is
with
for
the
CH,
site.
ma'am, actually.
CH
Actually,
not
that is for
CPENT.
CH.
Same had a CPENT also.
Yeah, there is two Excel files.
Yes, yes, two Excel files. Yes.
One is for CH, one is for SOC, ma'am. There is nothing related to pen test actually.
SOC itself is for pen testing. You can use that.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
yeah,
Put that
we thought
message
like
in the
that is
chat.
SOC.
Put that message in the chat, and Jordan will help you. Okay.
And
Okay.
one more thing, is it possible for students to access practice range? Is that part of the package or is it separate?
iLab you are talking about, or cyber range?
Cyber range.
Cyber range would come, that is very highly resourceful, no resource.
Yes,
So it
yes,
will not
yes.
come now, it will only come later, not
Okay,
now,
okay.
which
Only
one-
people who are planning to write exam will have access to cyber range, right?
Yes.
Okay, okay, fine. So For the practicals that we are going to do, we'll follow the pattern of setting up our own lab with the vulnerable missions, which is Metasploitable 2 and Metasploitable 3. So you don't need to worry. But there is no replacement for the cyber range at all. So people who are planning to write exam, it is very important to test your skills on the cyber range too.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks
All
everyone.
right. Thank you.
Practice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Jay.
Bye.
Thank you.
All
sir.
right then. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining me. We'll see you all next week. Until then, this is James signing off. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.